Chapter 11:11. When Lord Ludwig heard Speaker Gould's words, he was extremely shocked. The fall of the four lords could be said to have caused a great sensation at that time, but the cause of their deaths was different. There was no unified explanation. Lord Ludwig only knew the secret of that day when he heard it from the people involved today. Speaker Gould, I didn't expect that you actually went to kill the gods. I also hope that one day, I won't die in bed and not become a mindless monster, but die in the hands of the gods in a battle. I'm not as good as you, Lord Ludwig said with a sigh. Lord Ludwig now looked at Speaker Gould with a different gaze. He admired Speaker Gould, who dared to kill the gods. Back then, there was no way out. Now that there was a chance, I didn't want to let go. Even if I died, I wanted to die in the pursuit of strength. Speaker Gould recalled the past and said in a deep voice, "You succeeded. I hope you can guide me. In order to become a legendary, I'm willing to give up everything." Lord Ludwig sensed the aura on Speaker Gould's body and bowed enviously. "I can't tell you who the person who sent you the legendary night training method is, but I can discuss it with him. As for whether it's successful or not, it's not up to me to decide." Speaker Gould said after thinking for a while. "Thank you for your help. In the future, the Hopkinson family will follow your lead." Although Lord Ludwig didn't get a clear answer, he was still overjoyed at the prospect of having hope. He promised. Lord Ludwig knew very well that his request this time was very abrupt. The legendary night training method was very precious. It could be said that no amount of wealth could exchange for it. Speaker Gould already gave Lord Ludwig a lot of face by not rejecting him immediately. He even agreed to help Lord Ludwig negotiate. He had done the best he could. Lord Ludwig couldn't ask for more. He only hoped that Speaker Gould's negotiation would be successful. "Wait for my news." Chairman Gould waved his hand and said. When Lord Ludwig left, he had a rough idea of who Speaker Gould was talking about. He was the strongest knight in the great world of God, known as the Invincible Knight, Lord Arthur. Apart from the Invincible Knight, Lord Arthur, Lord Ludwig couldn't believe that there was anyone else who could train in the legendary knight rank. In addition, everyone knew that Lord Arthur and Chairman Gould were very close. Of course, another piece of evidence was Legend Annabel. Legend Annabel betrayed the Shrines of War and sided with Lord Arthur. Not long after, she was promoted to Legend. If Legend Annabel didn't get the legendary knight rank training method from the Shrines of War, then there was only one possibility. It was Lord Arthur who provided her with the legendary knight rank training method. And if the Shrines of War really did give Legend Annabel the legendary Shrines of War, she wouldn't betray the Shrines of War. All signs pointed to Lord Arthur being the source of the legendary knight rank training method. However, Lord Ludwig didn't want to ask Lord Arthur himself. He wasn't that close to Lord Arthur, and it would be difficult for Lord Arthur to agree to such a request. Moreover, Lord Ludwig directly asked Lord Arthur. That was the last step. If it failed, there would be no other way. On the other hand, Chairman Gould went to negotiate. If it failed, Lord Ludwig would take the initiative to ask for help. Chairman Gould stood in the reception room and thought for a while. His figure flashed and flew out of the reception room, quickly flying towards the planetary teleportation gate. After the banquet, Planet Gamma returned to its peaceful state. In the insectoid world, the first batch of space stones had been mined and were being sent to the insectoid world's safe zone. The first to complete the mission was the Half-Spider King clone. This naturally had to do with the fact that the Half-Spider King clone was the closest to the space stone mine. The demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King clone was the furthest away, but it would arrive soon. As for the Legend Blade Mantis King clone, it was still mining space stones. David's plan was carried out very smoothly. The god-level insectoid probably didn't expect him to be able to control an insectoid clone, let alone a legend and demigod clone. Although there were many Zerg powerhouses, it was impossible for those Zerg powerhouses to protect Resource Planet. Not to mention the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone, even the 2 legendary Zerg clones could easily clean up any resource planet. My lord, Chairman Gould wants to see you. Legend Annabella came to David's castle and reported to him. With Legend Annabella's help, David had already handed over the planetary teleportation gate to her. In the future, if anyone had any problems, she could handle it. If she couldn't handle it, she would need David's help. Chairman Gould is here again, David said in surprise. He couldn't help but be surprised. In a short period of time, Chairman Gould had come to Planet Gammy for the 3rd time. Chairman Gould was not an idle person. He was in charge of the Supreme Council and was truly a powerful person. In the hall, David met Chairman Gould, accompanied by Legend Annabella. Lord Arthur, I have something to discuss with you. It's related to the relationship between you, Annabella, and the shrines. Chairman Gould said immediately after sitting down. David looked at Legend Annabella with some confusion, and then looked at Chairman Gould, indicating for him to continue. Now that Annabella and I have both reached the legendary rank, few people know that you have also reached the legendary rank. However, this can't be hidden forever. With the shrine's control over the legendary rank, we may all become the targets of the shrine's control. I thought of a way, and that is to let more Knight Templars advance to the legendary rank, so that the shrines have no choice but to accept the legendary rank. Of course, this requires your consent. The Black Dragon breathing technique can only be leaked with your consent. Chairman Gould revealed his purpose in a deep voice. That was the reason why Chairman Gould agreed to help Lord Ludwig negotiate with him. In order to break the shrine's control over the legendary rank, they would have to gather the power of more top nobles. 1 or 2 legendary knights could be suppressed or even killed by the shrines, but if more legendary knights appeared, the shrines would have to consider the consequences. Chairman Gould, what are your plans? David didn't care if more legendary knights appeared, but he wanted to know what Chairman Gould's plan was. I want to choose a peak level 5 Knight Templars that are related to our interests and have conditions. On the premise of forming a closer alliance, I will provide them with the legendary knight training technique. Chairman Gould revealed the plan he had long thought of. The Black Dragon breathing technique can only be practiced by knights with dragon bloodline. Dragon bloodline knights are not easy to control. David shook his head. Indeed, there were only a few dragon bloodline families in the shrines, and they were all the top nobles with the strongest foundations. Lord Ludwig has already come to me. He has agreed to give up all conditions in order to advance to the legendary rank. In addition, I believe that you should have other legendary knights training techniques that are suitable for other Knight Templars. Otherwise, how could Annabella have advanced? Chairman Gould said without the slightest scruple. This was the benefit of having an extremely close relationship. Without an extremely close relationship, such words could turn a friend into an enemy. Chairman Gould knew that Annabella's bloodline was the Rainbow Phoenix bloodline, not the Dragon bloodline. It was impossible for her to practice the Black Dragon breathing technique. Gould, I'm practicing the knight training technique of the Luce family, Annabella said in a bad mood. Annabella knew very well what kind of knight training technique she was learning. This kind of knight training technique couldn't be passed to outsiders because it involved the 5 shrines. On the surface, the perfect knight training technique was lost among the 5 shrines, but in reality, no one knew for sure. It was very likely that the 5 shrines did it on purpose. Once the perfect knight training technique was passed to the outside world and the 5 shrines found out, Chairman Gould's plan wouldn't be able to stop the 5 shrines from taking back the perfect knight training technique. After all, this was a technique that could allow one to become a divine knight training technique. It would have a huge impact on the 5 shrines rule. Chairman Gould, I'll be honest with you. Annabella is practicing the knight training technique that I seized from the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. David believed in Chairman Gould. He was now strong enough to protect himself, so he told him the truth. Chairman Gould was slightly stunned. If the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was practicing the night training technique, then how high would its level be? He thought of the family records about this and understood Lord Arthur's worries. Chairman Gould shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "It's a pity. Although I've united a group of top nobles around me, it's unlikely that they'll be willing to go against the shrines. If there's a common interest, then we'll have the capital to go against the shrines." In Chairman Gould's imagination, relying on a miraculous resource like the red wine and the night training technique, he could attract a group of top nobles to form a close alliance with the legend rank as the core. In order to let the shrines accept the legend rank, this close alliance would do their best for their own interest. Although it seemed that the entire circle of nobles was fighting for the shrines, in fact, it was only because the shrines of war did not have the support of the other 4 shrines and did not form a unified opinion. If the 5 shrines spoke out at the same time, there would be very few nobles who would really dare to go against them. At most, these nobles would express their dissatisfaction in private. However, if there was a common interest, that is, to protect the legend rank of knight from being suppressed by the shrines, the close alliance and the influence of each member would form an extremely terrifying force in the circle of nobles. Chairman Gould, wait a minute. David waved and said, "Alexis, is there a way to come up with a knight training technique that can let an ordinary knight practice to the legend rank? It doesn't need to be very powerful," he said to the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. With the strength of the black dragon Alexis, coupled with its knowledge and the large number of night training techniques David had provided before, including the perfect version of the night training technique, David believed that the black dragon Alexis had the ability to come up with a night training technique that he wanted. "Yes, that's very simple." The black dragon Alexis's answer satisfied David as expected. Long before obtaining the perfect version of the night training technique, the black dragon Alexis had derived the black dragon breathing technique from a combination of various night training techniques. The black dragon breathing technique, derived from the black dragon breathing technique, could support a knight's practice to at least the legend rank. Now that there was the perfect version of the night training technique, which was completely tailored for the knight profession, the black dragon Alexis's understanding of the knight profession had deepened a lot. After only a few minutes, the black dragon Alexis passed a memory to David. This was a set of night training techniques that could only be practiced up to the legend rank, and only the power of blood was required to practice it. David condensed the memory into a spiritual ball of knowledge and held it in his hand to President Gould. "Feel it with your mind. This is the legendary night training technique that you wanted. Any bloodline can practice it," David said. President Gould was as curious as Legend Annabelle when he first saw the spiritual ball of knowledge. He also trusted David as much as Legend Annabelle. He touched the spiritual ball of knowledge with his mind, and a set of night training techniques was transmitted into his mind. President Gould had no time to be amazed by this magical memory transmission method. His mind was completely attracted by this legendary night training technique. After practicing the night training technique for nearly 100 years, he had seen many night training techniques. He had his own judgment of the pros and cons of the night training technique. The legendary night training technique in his hand was obviously not as good as the black dragon breathing technique, but it was more profound than any other night training technique. This was normal. The dragon bloodline was originally an anomaly among the night of the great world of God. The dragon bloodline that they cultivated had more destructive power than ordinary bloodline power, and the effect of cultivation was also better. In order to make the night training technique suitable for all knights, this training technique naturally had to be given up in order to pursue this balance. "What's the name of this legendary night training technique?" President Gould let out a long sigh of relief and asked aloud. This legendary night training technique completely met his needs. It would not make him lose the advantage of strength, because it was too powerful, and it could also allow all knights of the bloodline to cultivate to the legendary level. There's no name. Just give it a name, David said indifferently as he waved his hand. President Gould could not help but be stunned. Could this legendary knight training technique be something that Lord Arthur came up with on the spur of the moment? However, he soon threw this idea to the back of his mind. He would rather believe that this was a knight training technique that Lord Arthur came across by accident than believe that Lord Arthur could come up with such a legendary knight training technique in such a short time. Let's call it the Dawn training technique. This is the dawn of night, President Gould said after thinking for a while. Chapter 11-12. Legend Annabel received an invitation. It was an auction invitation personally sent by Lord Fred. If it was an ordinary invitation, Legend Annabel wouldn't have bothered with it. However, along with the auction invitation was an auction album. Within it was a female knight's robe. It was an antique with 3,000 years of history. It was quite famous in history. Legend Annabel didn't have many hobbies. Collecting female knights' robes was definitely one of her most important hobbies. Although the relationship between Lord Fred and Legend Annabel wasn't that close, at the very least, Legend Annabel hadn't invited Lord Fred to her promotion banquet. Even so, Lord Fred's invitation still moved Legend Annabel's heart. Legend Annabel didn't think that Lord Fred wanted to harm her. The relationship between nobles and war shrines was extremely bad. Lord Fred had no reason to harm her. Of course, the most important point was that the female knight's robe moved Legend Annabel. The auction was held on Bama Star. This was a commercial star. Many nobles gathered here. It was also extremely safe. Legend Annabel left a message for David. The reason why she left a message was because she couldn't contact David. David was no longer in the great world of God. Instead, he had gone to the bug world's safe spot to receive the first batch of spatial stones. It was also because of this coincidence that David didn't receive Legend Annabel's message right away. Legend Annabel used Bama Star's planet-level teleportation gate and stepped in. With a flash of white light, her figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in Bama Star. As soon as she appeared in Bama Star, Legend Annabel felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. As the main city of a commercial star, Bama Star should be extremely lively. However, there wasn't a single person in Bama Star today. The air was filled with a strange energy. This is a trap. Legend Annabel was startled. She was currently in a 2-second spatial protection. She immediately wanted to use Bama Star's planet-level teleportation gate to return to Bama Star. However, Legend Annabel discovered that the planet-level teleportation gate had already been closed. She had no way out. Since there was no way out, Annabel's expression was calm. With a thought, she put on a level 5 knight's armor and a level 5 light longsword in her hand. Although Annabella had just advanced to the legendary rank, her current combat power had already surpassed that of any level 5 temple knight. Come out. Since when did the shrines of war become so insidious? Legend Annabella said in a deep voice. The reason why she was so sure that it was a trap set up by the shrines of war was because the strange energy she sensed was the aura of the war space array. The Space War Array allowed any knight wearing special knight armor to have unlimited teleportation ability. They could teleport to any location within the Space War Array at will, and the Space War Array also had a strong suppressive effect on enemy target. Legend Annabel didn't think that the Shrines of War would use the Space War Array to deal with her. The Space War Array consumed divine power. Even if it only covered Bama Star, the consumption of such a Space War Array was extremely shocking. Annabel, you betrayed the Shrines of War. You should have expected this day to come. Surrender. 6 knights appeared, and one of the knights said. The 6 knights were all knights of the Shrines of War. They were all wearing level 5 knight armor. Looking at the familiar holy knights, these former comrades, who had become enemies at this time, Legend Annabel sighed helplessly. She sensed the bloodline power in her body. Due to the suppression of the Space War Array, she could only use 80% of her strength at most. However, this didn't surprise Legend Annabelle. She was very clear about the power of the Space War Array. Betrayed the Shrines of War. How much did I contribute to the Shrines of War? How did the Shrines of War treat me? Legend Annabelle said coldly. My lord gave you a test, whether good or bad. You can't even withstand this little test. You betrayed my lord, and you still want to quibble. The knight said in a deep voice. You can't stop me. Legend Annabelle said as she glanced at the 6 Knights of War. If there wasn't the Space War Array, the strength of the 6 Knights of War would be very different from her. The 6 Knights of War together might be able to deal with her before she was promoted. But now, even with the Space War Array, Legend Annabelle was confident that she could protect herself. Set up the Knights' Battle Array. The Knight of War shouted, and the 6 Knights of War disappeared. Legend Annabelle's face was full of sarcasm. She stepped out and changed her position. At this time, the figures of the 6 Knights of War appeared. However, because the space was occupied, one of the Knights of War didn't teleport to the designated location. Instead, there was a deviation. When teleporting inside the Space War Array, if there was an object in the target's coordinates, the teleportation target would randomly appear near the target's coordinates. However, this step of Legend Annabelle's had broken the Knights' Battle Array that the 6 Knights of War had prepared. Legend Annabelle was very familiar with the various fighting methods of the Shrines of War. She was also very familiar with the Space War Array, which was why she was confident in fighting against the 6 Knights of War. The level 5 light longsword in her hand slashed at the level 5 Knight of War who had been teleported away. The terrifying power acted on the level 5 Knight's armor. Even if the power was weakened by the Space War Array, the Knight of War was still injured. The Knight of War spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He knew that Legend Annabelle was being merciful and didn't attack his vital points. Otherwise, this blow would have been fatal. The Knight of War couldn't be blamed. The deviation of the teleportation position was something that the 6 Knights of War didn't expect. The original Knights' Battle Array wasn't set up, so the 6 Knights of War weren't prepared and had to fight alone. Without the protection of the Knights' Battle Array, the Temple Knight of War naturally suffered a great loss. You are no match for me. Farewell. Legend Annabelle said in a deep voice. She was preparing to leave Bama City and leave the Space War Array. However, the 6 Knight of War weren't willing to let her leave. Capturing Legend Annabelle was very important and was part of the entire plan. The trap they had set up this time was Lord Fred's plan. Lord Fred had thought for a long time, but couldn't find a way to lure out Lord Arthur. Instead, he wanted to use the people close to Lord Arthur. However, the people close to Lord Arthur were all very powerful. Even if he lured them out, he couldn't do anything. However, when Lord Fred learned that Legend Annabelle had sided with Lord Arthur, he came up with a plan. He wanted to use Legend Annabelle to lure out Lord Arthur. He believed that the Shrines of War would be very willing to deal with Legend Annabelle. Lord Fred could also contribute to the Shrines of War. Luring Legend Annabelle out wasn't difficult. After the Shrines of War grasped Legend Annabelle's preferences, Lord Fred only needed to use an invitation letter to trick Legend Annabelle. Don't even think about leaving. The 6 Knight of War were very careful this time. They teleported to a location slightly further away from Legend Annabelle. They first formed a Knights' Battle Array before surrounding Legend Annabelle. Legend Annabelle and the 6 Knight of War clashed. The Knight of War seemed to only want to trap her, using guerrilla tactics. Legend Annabelle couldn't end the battle quickly. Within the Space War Array, the 6 Knight of War might not be able to defeat Legend Annabelle in a short period of time, but guerrilla tactics were very easy. After fighting for half an hour, Legend Annabelle discovered that something was wrong. With the Shrines of War's understanding of her, there was no way they would only send out 6 Knight of War. Legend Annabelle had already reached the legendary rank. It was impossible for the 6th Knight of War to suppress her. Even with the help of the Space War Array, she was also very familiar with it. This greatly reduced the advantage of the 6th Knight of War. Legend Annabelle understood the Shrines of War, and how could the Shrines of War not understand Legend Annabelle? They had spent so much effort to set up this trap, so how could they make such a mistake? Legend Annabelle's mind raced as she thought of many things. She swept her gaze around, trying to find other ambushes. They had lured her here, but instead of immediately ending the battle, they were slowly stalling for time. What was their goal? As long as she thought about it, the result was very obvious. Their goal is Lord Arthur. Legend Annabelle thought of the biggest possibility, which was also the only possibility. Lord Arthur was the person the god of war wanted to capture alive. In a sense, Legend Annabelle's value as a traitor was incomparable to Lord Arthur's. Legend Annabelle bit her lip. She somewhat regretted her arrogance, thinking that she could deal with all problems as long as she reached the legendary rank. In fact, after receiving Lord Fred's invitation, she had considered the possibility of a trap. However, as a legendary, she had sensed her own strength, so she was not as vigilant as before. Legend Annabelle made a decision. Even if she died on the spot, she would not use the Space War Array to contact Lord Arthur. At this time, she regretted that she had held back just now. Because she was acquainted with the Knight of War, a knight of the same rank as the Shrines of War, she had been merciful in her attack just now. If she had killed a Temple Knight in one blow, it would have been easier for Legend Annabelle to leave without the support of the Knight's battle formation. After understanding the intentions of the Shrines of War, Legend Annabelle's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. To be able to achieve so much in the Shrines of War, she also had her own ruthlessness. After making a decision in her heart, she did not hesitate in the slightest. Annabella had experienced many gods' descents in the Legend Annabella. During these gods' descents, the god of war would use the power of rules to fight. The complicated power of rules was naturally not something she could control, even with the experience left behind by the god of war. However, the god of war would sometimes use simple rules. These rules might not be the god of war's expertise, and he only had a superficial understanding of them. However, because the consumption was very low, they were suitable for God's descents. Legend Annabelle activated the gravity rule, which was the rule the god of war had used during God's descent. Compared to those complicated rules, the gravity rule was very simple. Of course, in terms of effect, it was much weaker. The gravity rule, activated by Legend Annabelle, could only apply 5 times the normal gravity to a target. This little bit of gravity would not affect a level 5 knight's movements if he was prepared. However, Legend Annabelle caught him off guard. Her target was the injured knight. The Temple Knight was moving in the air, cooperating with the Knight Array. His injuries were not light, so he was very careful to distance himself from Legend Annabelle. Of course, it would be very difficult for Legend Annabelle to hurt him in the Knight Array. Just as the Temple Knight was moving, he suddenly felt his body become several times heavier. The sudden gravity rule made his flying movements stagnate. Just this little bit of interference made the Temple Knight's movements stagnate, and the Temple Knight was once again separated from the Knight Array. Legend Annabelle, who was already prepared, pierced through the air with her level 5 light longsword. The Temple Knight wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The level 5 light longsword pierced through the Temple Knight's chest, going straight to his heart. This was the best way to attack with a level 5 light longsword. With the support of a powerful thrust, it was easier to break through the defense of someone of the same level. The Temple Knight died in an instant. Legend Annabelle grabbed the corpse of the Temple Knight and threw it to the remaining 5 knights. She sped up and flew away. The 5 Temple Knights were stunned. They never thought that Legend Annabelle would kill a Temple Knight. During the battle, they realized that Legend Annabelle was showing mercy. In their eyes, they were fighting in the name of righteousness. Legend Annabelle showing mercy was a sign of guilt. Crazy! A temple knight roared. They had completely forgotten that Legend Annabelle had shown mercy many times before. They had forgotten that they were the ones who had set up the trap. They had no mercy when dealing with Legend Annabelle. The 5 temple knights' figures flashed, and once again blocked in front of Legend Annabelle. With the support of the space battle array, Legend Annabelle couldn't compare with them in terms of speed. However, the Temple Knight array formed by the 5-knight array greatly reduced the pressure on Legend Annabelle. It was even more difficult to trap her. Legend Annabelle fought and retreated, changing directions from time to time. She was retreating to the edge of the space war array. The 5 Temple Knight were powerless to stop her. They still had to be careful of Legend Annabelle's special methods. Their companion had been killed because he had slowed down inexplicably. Chapter 11-13. Only now did the Shrines of War understand how powerful Legend Annabelle was. Legend Annabelle's power came from the many gods' descents that gave her battle experience. Her feeling for battle came from the god of war. To some extent, her battle experience could be ranked among the top knight of the great world of God. In addition, the Shrines of War's knight didn't have the heart to fight to the death from the start, but wanted to delay to deal with Legend Annabelle. Knights were best at fighting. Once they lost the will to fight, they naturally couldn't display their full strength. This was also the reason why the Shrines of War had lost a knight in such a short period of time. Just as Legend Annabelle was about to reach the edge of the space war array, 100 priests suddenly appeared on the ground in a seemingly empty area. At the same time that the 100 priests appeared, a divine spell that gathered all the priests' energy was activated. Legend Annabelle only felt her body become heavy, and she couldn't move an inch. After losing her faith, her resistance to divine spells fell to the extreme. Legend Annabelle had a bad feeling. The most frightening thing about the shrines wasn't the knight, but the priest. When a group of priests used divine spells at the same time, the power was enough to greatly suppress any powerhouse for a short period of time. At this moment, Lord Philide appeared, wearing a knight's armor of the 5th rank specially made by the temple. Together with the other 5 temple knights, he once again formed a knight's battle formation, trapping Legend Annabelle within. Legend Annabelle had a bad feeling. Her flight was restricted, and she could only be surrounded by the 6 knights battle array formed by the knights battle array. In particular, Lord Fred was one of them. Lord Fred's power ranked at the very top of the knights of the divine major world. He was a well-known expert. Although Lord Fred, who possessed the bloodline of the Black Dragon, was unable to defeat Legend Annabelle, he had the help of 5 Knight of the War Shrines. After forming a knight battle formation, it was enough to prevent Legend Annabelle from escaping. No matter how rich Legend Annabelle's combat experience was, she still found it difficult to withstand the attacks of the knight battle formation led by Lord Fred. Lord Fred also didn't want to get involved. However, if he didn't, then even with the help of the priests, the 5th rank knight dispatched by the shrines wouldn't necessarily be able to kill Legend Annabelle. If Legend Annabelle were to successfully escape, even Lord Fred couldn't imagine what kind of revenge he would have to face. Lord Arthur's reputation was forged through the blood of countless renowned experts. Experts of the same level as Lord Fred, or even stronger, had all fallen at his hands. Therefore, Lord Fred had no choice but to accept Archbishop Guy's suggestion and put on the special knight's armor that belonged to the Shrines of the War. In fact, if the Shrines of the War were to go all out, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill Legend Annabelle on the spot. Archbishop Guy of the War Shrines was present, as were many 5th rank priests. If they went all out, Legend Annabelle would definitely die. In fact, even without the help of the others, Archbishop Guy would be able to make Legend Annabelle unable to withstand it. Archbishop Guy had been a legendary-level expert for many years, and he also had the Archbishop's scepter of the War Shrines. The power of the divine spells that he could cast wasn't something that Legend Annabelle, who had just advanced to the legendary level, could withstand. However, the shrines of the war didn't want to reveal their full strength. They had put in so much effort to set up this trap, not for Legend Annabel, but for Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur was the target that the god of war had designated to capture alive. In order to fulfill the prophecy of the war shrines, Archbishop Guy was willing to give up on capturing the traitor, Legend Annabel. Lord Fred, send a message to Lord Arthur and send him the images of the battle here. Archbishop Guy frowned as he instructed Lord Fred, who was in the middle of a battle. Archbishop Guy knew that it was impossible for Legend Annabel to take the initiative to send a distress signal to Lord Arthur. Just now, Legend Annabel had suffered many injuries, but she didn't have the slightest intention of asking for help. Archbishop Guy couldn't understand this, and neither could Lord Fred. What kind of ability did Lord Arthur have to make Legend Annabel not want to endanger Lord Arthur's safety even if she was in danger? Lord Fred felt helpless when he heard Archbishop Guy's words. He had no way out, and could only go all the way. Of course, Archbishop Guy had clearly told Lord Fred that the war shrines had ways to deal with Lord Arthur. As long as Lord Arthur was here, he wouldn't be able to leave. If this had been said by someone else, Lord Fred would have hesitated for a moment. The main reason was that Lord Arthur's reputation was too great, and he had displayed too many miraculous abilities. However, this was said by Archbishop Guy, the most honorable person in the great world of God, the representative of the god of war in the human world. Hence, Lord Fred had no choice but to believe it. The most important thing was that Archbishop Guy had personally come to the trap. This degree of risk was enough to show Archbishop Guy's confidence. For this operation, Archbishop Guy didn't bring any members of the shrines who had a relationship with Lord Arthur, such as Bishop McKinley, the fifth-level priest of Heaviside, and so on. Archbishop Guy suspected that someone had tipped off Lord Arthur about the previous operation. Otherwise, how could they have been defeated by Lord Arthur using a long-range energy weapon before they even got close to Gammy Star? He hadn't studied the tactics of the Interstellar Federation in depth, nor did he know that the unmanned reconnaissance drones of the Interstellar Federation could set up a warning zone in space. He attributed all of this to a problem with the intelligence report. This couldn't be blamed on Archbishop Guy's arrogance. Instead, it was because he was extremely close to the gods. After knowing how powerful the gods were, he no longer took the Interstellar Federation, which had weak individual strength, seriously. Although the internal investigation didn't find anything in the end, Archbishop Guy didn't bring anyone who could possibly leak the information in order to ensure that there wouldn't be any problems with this operation. "I'll do it right away," Lord Fred replied as he patted Legend Annabel's shoulder with his fifth-level light longsword, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Legend Annabel was seriously injured. In fact, she was a little hesitant at first. If she contacted Lord Arthur at this time, with Lord Arthur's strength, the knight and priests here wouldn't be a match for Lord Arthur at all. However, Legend Annabel was more familiar with the shrines of war. She knew that Archbishop Guy wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in. Just like last time, when the 10 starships went to Gammy Star, Legend Annabel sensed Archbishop Guy's inexplicable confidence. With Lord Arthur's terrifying strength on the battlefield, the possibility of the shrines of war on the 10 starships dealing with Lord Arthur wasn't high. At that time, Legend Annabel understood that Archbishop Guy must have a way to deal with Lord Arthur. It was only because he couldn't get close to Lord Arthur that Archbishop Guy failed. Therefore, even in this extremely dangerous situation, Legend Annabel still didn't intend to contact Lord Arthur. Her thinking was very simple. She was greatly indebted to Lord Arthur, and the most important thing was that she had gotten everything she wanted. She had advanced to Legend and obtained a stronger knight's training method. Legend Annabel wasn't afraid of death. As early as the day she left the shrines of war, she understood how dangerous her situation was. Legend Annabel's face had a trace of a smile of relief. The fifth-level light longsword in her hand moved even faster, blocking the attacks from the knight's formation. This might be the last battle of her life. She wanted to display her full strength. She wanted to die in battle. She didn't want to be caught. Only by attacking with full strength would Legend Annabel's opponent have no choice but to use his full strength. Lord Fred also realized this, and Legend Annabel's attacks suddenly increased. However, at this moment, Lord Fred had already sent the news to Lord Arthur. As a member of the Supreme Council, Overlord Fred had the authority to directly send messages to Overlord Arthur. Of course, it was also because he wanted to get into Overlord Arthur's good books many times. Hence, Overlord Arthur gave him the authority to do so. David had just returned from the Zerg world. This time, he had obtained a large number of space stones. He was about to manipulate the world tree to absorb them when he received a message from Lord Fred. At the same time, he had also received a message from Legend Annabel. In the message sent by Lord Fred, there was a video message. David was shocked as he saw Legend Annabel vomiting blood after being injured. David looked at Legend Annabel's message again, and his face couldn't help but turn gloomy. He had thought that the Shrines of War would think of ways to deal with him, but he didn't expect that they would use Legend Annabel as a breakthrough point and even get Lord Fred to intervene. "Seems like I'm still not a threat enough," David murmured with a murderous look in his eyes. His motto was that a dead enemy was a good enemy. If he wanted his enemies to be afraid, he had to kill them until they were afraid. If someone wanted to be his enemy, they would have to think about whether they could bear the consequences. In fact, David already had the power to protect himself in the great world of God. It had long been rumored in the top circle of the great world of God that as long as one had the strength of a demigod, one would not have to fear any enemy in the main world, as long as they did not get close to any shrines. Not only did David have the combat power of a demigod, but he also had the god-level combat power of the black dragon Alexis. He had originally planned to wait until his strength had increased a little, or at least until the world tree had absorbed enough energy from the space stones to cause changes to the small world in his soul space. Only then would he start taking revenge on the Shrines of War. But now he had to fight back. The enemy didn't give him time to grow. Fortunately, the trap set by Lord Fred and the Shrines of War was in the main city of Bamistar. If it was in some cities with sub-shrines of the Shrines of War, David would have to consider the problem of how much of his strength he would expose. Of course, Legend Annabel was not a fool. She would not go to a city with a sub-shrine of the Shrines of War. If the main city of Bamistar was not where many nobles gathered and had a strong business atmosphere, she would not have been fooled. David waved his hand and used his spatial talent ability, Break Through Space. He stepped through the space tunnel and appeared in front of the planet-level portal of Bamistar. He set the destination as the main city of Bamistar and looked at the shrunken black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. The demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, in the shadow flashed into the planet-level portal. The moment David connected the portal, Archbishop Guy received a message at the same time. In order to use Bamistar to deal with Lord Arthur, the Shrines of War had locked down the entire city. Everyone in the city, including the nobles and civilians, was driven out of the city and detained. All news in Bamistar was tightly sealed, and the planet-level portal was also under the control of Archbishop Guy. Now, the planet-level portal of Bamistar could only accept teleportation requests from Lord Arthur, and it would automatically agree. "It's finally here." Archbishop Guy was secretly delighted. Archbishop Guy had never thought that it would be so difficult to deal with Lord Arthur. In order to deal with Lord Arthur, the Shrines of War had paid a heavy price. Now that they were about to succeed, he was naturally in a good mood. David's figure flashed and appeared in front of the planet-level portal of Bamistar. He felt the space protection energy around him. As long as he did not leave the area of the planet-level portal, this energy could protect him for 2 seconds. However, he did not care about the space protection energy. He looked at the few figures in the sky who were fighting crazily. "How dare you touch my people?" David did not pay any attention to the 100 priests on the ground. He let out a loud shout and joined the battle in a flash. Lord Fred had been observing the direction of the planet-level portal. After he sent out the message, he understood that with Lord Arthur's character, if he wanted to come, he would not wait at all. Just how powerful was Lord Arthur? Putting everything else aside, just that terrifying sword technique of his was enough to make Lord Fred tremble in fear. The moment Lord Arthur appeared, Lord Fred immediately activated the ability built into his special knight's armor. Lord Fred's figure disappeared from the sky and appeared 100 meters away. Lord Arthur's speed was beyond everyone's expectations, including Archbishop Guy. From the moment Lord Arthur appeared in front of the planet-level portal to the moment Lord Arthur joined the battle, Archbishop Guy did not even have the time to remove the aura-concealing formation around him. David did not hold back in the slightest. He pulled out the Divine Weapon Knight's battle sword from his back and performed the fatal strike. A sword gleam flashed past. The 5 Shrines of War Knights did not have the slightest ability to resist. The sword gleam swept across their chests, and half of their bodies were sliced through. The greatest damage caused by this sword gleam was that the hearts of the 5 Shrines Knights were sliced open. The lethal effect of the Divine Weapon Knight's battle sword caused the 5 Shrines Knights to die instantly. With a wave of his hand, David stored the corpses of the 5 Shrines Knight into his space pendant along with their equipment. The battle in the sky also came to an end, leaving only the figures of him and Legend Annabella. Chapter 11:14. My lord, this is a trap. You shouldn't have come. Legend Annabella said anxiously, not caring about her injuries. Whoever dares to touch my people, I'll exterminate their entire family. David's voice resounded through Bama City under the influence of energy. Seeing that Lord Arthur wasn't chasing after him, Lord Fred couldn't help but feel relieved. He also saw Archbishop Guy appear, which made him feel even more secure. But when he heard Lord Arthur's words, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Lord Fred could feel the thick murderous intent and the smell of blood in those words. David gently patted Legend Annabella's shoulder, and a trace of undying life force entered Legend Annabella's body, healing her injuries at an extremely fast speed. My lord, this is too wasteful. Even though she had been treated with undying life force a few times, Legend Annabella still couldn't get used to Lord Arthur's extravagant behavior. What was undying life force? It was a treasure that even the gods didn't dare to waste. But Legend Annabella's injuries weren't even fatal, so Lord Arthur used undying life force on her. Of course, David wasn't wasting it for no reason. Legend Annabella was now at the legendary rank, and once she was injured, it would be difficult for her to use healing potions. This was because ordinary healing potions had no effect on legends at all. Legend Annabella's injuries would take at least a few weeks to heal. Annabella had just become a legend and was still in the process of stabilizing her realm. Wasting such a long time to heal her injuries would have an extremely negative impact on her future cultivation. Furthermore, this place wasn't safe either. Legend Annabella had to preserve her full battle strength. Kill those priests, David ordered, pointing his finger. David was prepared to reveal some of his strength. He needed to make the Shrines of War apprehensive. If they wanted to deal with him again, they would have to consider whether they could defeat him. Following his order, a figure rushed out from his shadow. As soon as this figure appeared, its entire body was shrouded in holy light. This kind of appearance was even more sacred than all the night and Shrines of War. The one that appeared was, of course, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. David did not control the Knights of the Holy Spirit. He was relying on the battle instincts of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. You have all sinned. Accept the judgment of the holy flame. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit did not charge forward like a normal knight. Instead, he spoke with a solemn voice. Before the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit finished speaking, pure white flames began to burn on the 100 priests' bodies. It was the holy flame that had been activated. How is this possible? Archbishop Guy and Lord Fred cried out in surprise at the same time. They recognized the identity of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. Perhaps a few months ago, Lord Fred would not have been able to recognize this demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. However, the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit had turned the great world of God upside down. How could Lord Fred not have heard of him? As for Archbishop Guy, there was no need to even mention him. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit was originally a knight of the war shrines. He was a mighty existence of the war shrines thousands of years ago. In the records of many shrines, the figure of this mighty demigod knight could be found. Previously, the disappearance of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit was rumored to be the doing of Lord Arthur. Now, it would appear that the rumors were actually true. Lord Arthur had subdued the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. Archbishop Guy looked at the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit in disbelief. How could a demigod knight like this be taken in by Lord Arthur as a subordinate? On the other hand, Lord Fred's face had turned ashen. What kind of existence was a demigod? It was an existence capable of running amok in the great world of God. It was said to be invincible in the main world. Lord Fred thought about how Lord Arthur was able to subdue the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. If so, just what kind of strength was Lord Arthur hiding? Lord Fred's heart was filled with regret. If he had known earlier that Lord Arthur had an existence like the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit by his side, Lord Fred wouldn't have dared to make an enemy out of Lord Arthur, no matter how much courage he had. Lord Fred's eyes flickered. He was considering how to escape. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to move in the slightest. What spatial warfare magic array? What spatial warfare magic array? In front of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, those were all joke. In the face of absolute strength, this spatial warfare magic array was of no use at all. If Lord Fred dared to make even the slightest movement, he might attract the attention of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. Lord Fred was waiting for Archbishop Guy to make his move. As long as Archbishop Guy made his move, he would be able to escape. Archbishop Guy regained his composure and said in a deep voice, "I didn't think that the Knights of the Holy Spirit would actually rely on you like Annabella. This is your trump card, isn't it?" Archbishop Guy wasn't too worried about the appearance of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. Previously, he was only surprised by the sudden appearance of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. "Archbishop Guy, your master wants to capture me. It's nothing more than trying to curry favor with some deity in the bug world. As for my trump card, you can ask your master after you die." David replied in a deep voice. The entire Bama city was silent. There were still a few rank 5 priests on the ground. They were just about to fly to Archbishop Guy's side when they were shocked by the news they heard. Archbishop Guy's master was naturally the god of war. Ever since the great world of God was established, no one dared to speak of the god of war in such a manner. Even the followers of the evil god maintained their reverence for the god of war. Although there weren't many people present, they could all hear the strangeness in Lord Arthur's words. This was especially so for the rank 5 priests of the war shrines and Archbishop Guy. They all thought of the content of the prophecy, which was to capture Lord Arthur alive and send him to the Warstar. What did the Warstar have? It was the place where the 3 worlds converged. From there, one could directly enter the bug world. Thinking back to Lord Arthur's words, it was easy to guess why the war shrines wanted to capture Lord Arthur alive. Although it wasn't necessarily to curry favor with the bug race as Lord Arthur had said, it was probably the truth that they wanted to send Lord Arthur to the bug race. The problem was that Lord Arthur had helped the war shrines fight against the bug race. In the war against the bug race, Lord Arthur's performance was extremely outstanding, stabilizing the situation on his own. And yet, such a meritorious hero had been so easily erased by a single sentence from the war god, who had even sent Lord Arthur to the bug race. Archbishop Guy felt a chill run down his spine. He naturally wasn't scared because of the war god's actions. No matter what the war god wanted to do, it was right. Gods could not make mistakes. What made Archbishop Guy shudder was that if this news were to spread, it would definitely have a huge impact on the reputation of the war shrines. Who would trust the war shrines in the future? Even someone like Lord Arthur, who had made great contributions to the war shrines, could be casually sacrificed by the war shrines and sent to the enemy. Who would dare to fight for the war shrines? If no one fought for the war shrines would slowly decline, and their influence would greatly decrease. The nobles were already very unhappy with the war shrines because of the war shrines' surprise attack on Lord Arthur. Now that this news was to spread, the consequences would be even more severe. Archbishop Guy looked at Lord Fred, who felt all the hair on his body stand on end. His danger perception was completely activated. Lord Fred could see the murderous intent in Archbishop Guy's eyes. He knew that this was because he had heard something he shouldn't have. Archbishop Guy retracted his gaze from Lord Fred and said to Lord Arthur, "Lord Arthur, you have blasphemed against my lord. I'm arresting you in the name of the war shrines. Surrendering is your only way out." "I'm a little curious. Where does your confidence come from?" David was really curious. He had the legend Annabella and the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit on his side. In addition to himself, it could be said that he had an absolute advantage over the war shrines in terms of combat power. Sometimes ignorance is really scary. My lord created the knight profession. The purpose of the knight profession is to assist the shrines in managing the world. Even if a knight has reached the demigod rank, he is still a subordinate of the shrines. The shrines can decide the life and death of a knight at will. Archbishop Guy said in a deep voice, as if he was certain of his victory. This was the first time David had heard of something like this. Even Lord Fred and the legend Annabella were shocked. Could it be that the shrines really had the means to control the knight profession? Archbishop Guy waved his hand in the air, and the divine weapon Knight's restriction card appeared in his hand. "Restriction!" Archbishop Guy shouted. He activated the divine weapon Knight's restriction card. The divine runes on the surface of the divine weapon Knight's restriction card flashed. A strange energy fluctuation spread out in all directions from the divine weapon Knight's restriction card. The speed of the energy fluctuation was too fast. Before anyone present could react, the energy fluctuation had already swept past them. The body of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit swayed. He could barely maintain his flight in the sky. This was the ability that came with his demigod body. A demigod's body was half energy and half material. Lord Fred was the most miserable. When the energy fluctuation swept past him, he felt the bloodline power in his body lose its vitality. The bloodline power in his mind space could no longer flow out. The bloodline power that maintained his flight lost its vitality, causing Lord Fred to fall from the sky and crash heavily into the ground. Fortunately, the body of a 5th-rank Temple Knight was tough. Coupled with the fact that he was wearing a 5th-rank knight armor, his body only suffered a slight shock from the fall. There was no actual damage. But now, Lord Fred didn't have any fighting ability left. He might be able to display some fighting prowess by relying on his physique as a 5th-rank Temple Knight, but as long as any of the several 5th-rank priests attacked him, they would be able to easily deal with him. Archbishop Guy didn't pay any attention to Lord Fred. His gaze was fixed on Lord Arthur the entire time. Lord Arthur didn't move in the slightest. In addition, he still had the strength to casually support Legend Annabella. Legend Annabella's expression turned ugly. The shrines actually had such a divine weapon. With such a divine weapon, the knight profession was nothing but a joke. Every knight possessed a special bloodline. Every single one of them was an absolute genius amongst the nobles. Moreover, they had to undergo arduous training from a young age. That was why they were able to achieve greater accomplishments than ordinary people. However, all of this had turned into nothing in the face of the divine weapon, Knight's restriction card. So the knight profession is nothing but a joke. Legend Annabella didn't care that the bloodline power in her body had been sealed. She felt that her worldview had been turned upside down at this moment. Legend Annabella had sacrificed far too much for the knight profession. Only now did she realize that no matter how strong a knight's training was, in front of the divine weapon Knight's restriction card, they were nothing more than ordinary people. However, Legend Annabella quickly came to her senses. She looked at Lord Arthur with a puzzled expression. According to Legend Annabella's knowledge, Lord Arthur was at the same level as her. He was also at the legendary rank. How could it be that even the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, could barely maintain his body's balance, while Lord Arthur still had the strength to support her? Lord Arthur, how can you keep flying? Archbishop Guy looked at David in disbelief. The divine weapon Knight's restriction card was the bane of the knight profession. After activating the divine weapon Knight's restriction card, all knights within its range would lose control of their bloodline power. David also looked at Archbishop Guy with a strange expression. He also didn't expect Archbishop Guy to use this trump card to deal with him. It could only be said that David had hidden it too well. No one had ever found out that he wasn't a knight. However, the truth was that David wasn't practicing the knight's training method at all. Instead, he was practicing the Black Dragon slumber of the Black Dragon clan. He was not a knight, but a humanoid black dragon. Archbishop Guy's use of the divine weapon, Knight's restriction card, was like using a potion to deal with bugs to deal with humans. Perhaps the potion to deal with bugs was like juice to humans. David didn't want Archbishop Guy to use any more trump cards. Just by seeing how Archbishop Guy casually took out a divine weapon, he could tell how terrifying the foundation of the war shrines was. He activated his high-frequency howl, talent ability, and sent out a high-frequency sound wave towards Archbishop Guy, who was still in shock. Archbishop Guy, who was sure of his victory, didn't pay attention to his own defense after taking out the divine weapon, Knight's restriction card. Not to mention, the high-frequency howl, talent ability was not an ordinary attack at all. Ordinary defense couldn't block the high-frequency sound wave attack. Archbishop Guy felt as if his head was about to explode, and his face turned ghastly pale. David didn't even use the rule of speed. He just carried Annabella and moved to Archbishop Guy's side. Archbishop Guy, who was in chaos, didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The divine weapon knight in David's hand pierced into his heart, causing him to die instantly. David didn't hesitate to kill Archbishop Guy. From the beginning to the end, he didn't hesitate at all. He reached out and took the divine weapon Knight's restriction card from Archbishop Guy's hand. After glancing at it, he put it into his dimensional pendant. He also put Archbishop Guy's body into his dimensional pendant. Chapter 11:15. The shadow attendant flew out automatically, and was about to absorb Archbishop Guy's soul. At this moment, a white door of light appeared in the sky, and Archbishop Guy's soul was about to fly towards it. David could sense that the white door of light did not have a trace of energy. If it hadn't really appeared, he wouldn't have been able to sense it with his other senses. Archbishop Guy's identity was extremely special. His soul had the mark of the god of war. As long as he died, his soul would be received by the small world of the god of war. Without the existence of the shadow attendant, a life form that was specially created to deal with souls, Archbishop Guy's soul might really have been received by the small world of the god of war. However, how special was the shadow attendant? Even a god-level soul couldn't escape from it, let alone a legendary level soul like Archbishop Gay. The shadow attendant pounced forward, and devoured Archbishop Gay's soul before it entered the white door of light. The white door of light didn't manage to receive Archbishop Gay, and it seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. A suction force erupted from the white door of light, and was sucked in the direction of the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant didn't move normally. Instead, it flashed through space. After absorbing Archbishop Gay's soul, it instantly disappeared on the spot, just in time to avoid the suction force of the white door of light. After all, the white door of light was just a special pattern that was attached to Archbishop Gay's soul. After Archbishop Gay died, it would be activated. The white door of light couldn't really use the energy of the small world, and the power that it could unleash was extremely limited. At this moment, the white door of light had also run out of energy, and turned into white starlight that dissipated. David hesitated for a moment, and then casually put away the space ring on Archbishop Gay's corpse. He then threw the corpse to the 5 priests who were standing in the air behind him in a daze. Although David had killed Archbishop Gay was actually the one who attacked him first. As a top noble of the great world of God and a member of the Supreme Council, his retaliation when his life was threatened was supported by the law. That would prevent the other 4 shrines from intervening. David was on the side of reason. At the very least, the 4 temples would not take the initiative to break the laws of the nobles without the orders of their own gods. They would not take the risk of breaking their relationship with the nobles to help the war temple. As for returning Archbishop Guy's corpse, it could only be said that Archbishop Guy's corpse was a little troublesome. There was little value in resurrecting a corpse that had been eroded by the power of faith. Even if it was successfully resurrected, the strength it displayed would be much weaker than that of an ordinary legendary. It would be better to generously return the body of Archbishop Guy. Although it would not reduce the hatred between the war shrines and the shrines of war, it would gain the recognition of the other 4 shrines. A level 5 priest took Archbishop Guy's corpse in disbelief. Since Lord Arthur had returned Archbishop Guy's corpse, did that mean that he would not kill them? The 5 level 5 priests were not confident in dealing with Lord Arthur. The demigod beside Lord Arthur, the Knights of the Holy Spirit, would be able to kill them in an instant. Since you did not attack me, I will not make things difficult for you. Bring Archbishop Guy's corpse back and inform the war shrines of what happened today. If there is a next time, I will destroy all the shrines of the war shrines in the great world of God. David said in a deep voice. We will bring your words back, the level 5 priest hurriedly replied. Then, the 5 level 5 priests fled with Archbishop Guy's corpse at the fastest speed in their lives. Why did they leave so quickly? Why didn't they take away the space combat array? What a waste! David could sense the energy of the space combat array around him and could not help but shake his head. He didn't even consider that the 5 fifth-tier priests wouldn't dare to stay here for even a second longer. The longer they stayed, the more danger they would be in. Who knew if he would suddenly change his mind and kill all 5 fifth-tier priests on the spot? After David put away the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction Medallion, Lord Fred regained control of the bloodline power in his body. Lord Fred wanted to sneak away from the battlefield, but he did not dare to move in the slightest. This was because a pair of eyes were staring at him. If he dared to move in the slightest, the owner of those eyes would most likely kill him on the spot. The owner of those eyes was the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was considered one of the weakest demigods. However, when dealing with enemies weaker than him, he was unimaginably powerful. David did not hold much hatred towards Archbishop Guy. Archbishop Guy had only dealt with him for the sake of his faith. However, David was extremely angry towards Lord Fred. David felt that he had treated Lord Fred fairly well in the past. Although their relationship was not close, it was still very harmonious. As fellow members of the Supreme Council of the Great World of God, David did not believe that Archbishop Guy could truly threaten Lord Fred. Given the current bad relationship between the war shrines and the nobles, as long as Lord Fred expressed that he did not wish to help Archbishop Guy would not be able to do anything to Lord Fred. If that was the case, Lord Fred would be helping the war shrines for the sake of a greater benefit. Lord Fred, I said that I would exterminate your clan. I will do as I say. David said coldly as he looked at Lord Fred. Lord Arthur, I will take responsibility for my own actions. I am willing to commit suicide. I only ask that you do not implicate my clan. A look of despair appeared on Lord Fred's face as he clenched his teeth and said, right now, Lord Fred's heart was like dead ashes. He deeply regretted his actions. Even if his cooperation with the war shrines was successful and they managed to capture Lord Arthur alive, in the end, Archbishop Guy would not let Lord Fred off. That was because when he captured Lord Arthur alive, Archbishop Guy had used the divine artifact, Knight's Forbidding card. There was no way Archbishop Guy would allow the news of the divine artifact, Knight's Forbidding card, to be leaked out. Once the nobles found out about the divine artifact, Knight's Forbidding card, the consequences would be extremely severe. Right now, Lord Fred no longer cared about whether or not he would be able to survive. He only wanted to protect his clan, to protect the bloodline of the Morse family. I need a deterrent to those who want to deal with me. I want them to think about the consequences when they want to deal with me. Your life is not enough, David said in a deep voice. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit appeared before Lord Fred. With a single thrust of his sword, he pierced Lord Fred's heart. David shook his head. He wrapped Lord Fred's corpse with his mental power and placed it into his interspatial pendant. Even now, the legend Annabella was still in a state of shock. She was unable to accept the series of events that had just occurred. From the appearance of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, to the divine artifact, Knight's Forbidding card, to David killing Archbishop Guy in one fell swoop, everything had happened too quickly. Every single one of these events was enough to shake the entire great world of God. The demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, had pledged allegiance to Lord Arthur. The war shrines possessed the divine artifact, Knight's Forbidding card, which was capable of forbidding the power of any knight's bloodline. Lord Arthur had killed the current archbishop of the war shrines. Compared to all of these, Lord Fred's death felt somewhat insignificant. Your lordship, thank you for saving my life. Legend Annabella came to her senses and bowed deeply to express her gratitude. Legend Annabella, you don't have to thank me. In the future, you must also pay attention. Before you resolve your tense relationship with the war shrines, do not leave Gammy Star. David instructed. Yes, your lordship. When it came to leaving Gammy Star, Legend Annabella's face showed a hint of shyness. She also knew that Abel was taking advantage of her weakness. Clean up here and take away the space war array. Then we will go back. David pointed at Bama City and said. Legend Annabella nodded with a smile. The space war array was the rune array of the war shrines. Every set was extremely precious. Legend Annabella found the rune array card with ease and easily put away the rune array card that no one was controlling. As the first rune array card was put away, the space war array instantly lost its effect. Placing and collecting space war arrays was compulsory knowledge for the higher-ups of the war shrines. Legend Annabella used to be a high-ranking shrines of the war shrines. She had learned the knowledge of how to collect space war arrays, which was why she could do it so easily. The 5 level 5 priests teleported back to the war shrines through the planet-level portal. When the 5 people carrying the body of Archbishop Guy appeared in the war shrines, screams came from all around them. The bell of the War God Palace rang 15 times in a row. At the same time, the bell of the main War God Palace led all the bells of the other War God Palaces in the God-owned macro world to ring as well. The bell rang 15 times. This was the sound of the Archbishop's death. The shrines of the war in the great world of God couldn't believe their ears. Archbishop Guy was in the prime of his life. How could he die? Thinking of the recent news of Archbishop Guy capturing Lord Arthur, all the shrines couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Lord Arthur's revenge came so quickly. The 4 shrines of the war shrines were all in the war shrines. They heard the description of the incident from the 5 level 5 priests. When they heard that the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit had surrendered to Lord Arthur, that Archbishop Guy had taken out the Divine Knight's prohibition card, and that Lord Arthur had killed Archbishop Guy, the 4 shrines gasped in unison. They never knew that there was a Divine Knight's prohibition card in the shrines, which was a killer weapon against knights. The trouble was that the Divine Knight's prohibition card was now in the hands of Lord Arthur. Not to mention that there was a demigod knights of the Holy Spirit protecting Lord Arthur. Even if the shrines of the war sent people to kill Lord Arthur in the future, they wouldn't be able to send a knight. This was because no knight could resist the Divine Knight's prohibition card. No matter how many knights the shrines of the war sent, it would be useless. If they didn't send a knight, it would be almost impossible to capture Lord Arthur with just the limited attack power of the priests. The demigods were said to be invincible in the main world. Unless they could lure Lord Arthur to the shrines, they were doomed to fail in capturing Lord Arthur. "Why did Lord Arthur let you come back?" Bishop McKinley asked curiously. According to Bishop McKinley's understanding of Lord Arthur, no one who went against Lord Arthur could survive. The fact that 5 level 5 priests were able to return safely to the shrines didn't seem like Lord Arthur's style. Lord Arthur said that we didn't do anything to him, so he let us come back with the Archbishop's body. A level 5 priest replied. The 4 bishops' eyes flickered. They all thought of one thing. If Lord Arthur was merciful, did that mean that as long as they didn't do anything to Lord Arthur wouldn't do anything to them? Now that the Archbishop's position was empty, it was a big problem who would take over the Archbishop's position. In the past, the 4 main churches would fight for this position crazily, especially when Archbishop Guy died unexpectedly and didn't leave behind a specific successor. However, there was a problem in front of them. Whoever took over the Archbishop's position would have to continue the mission of capturing Lord Arthur. Furthermore, this mission was a compulsory one, and there was no room for rejection. How could the successor of Archbishop Guy have any objections? He could only do his best to complete the mission given by the god of war. The power that Lord Arthur had shown made the 4 bishops not have the slightest confidence in capturing Lord Arthur. If they went against Lord Arthur, they would have to face the consequences. The shrines of war had paid the price of the 100 priests and Archbishop Guy. If they went against Lord Arthur, they would have to pay the same price. "Let's inform my lord about this first," Bishop McKinley said in a low voice. Bishop McKinley didn't know if the god of war knew about the death of Archbishop Guy. What he needed to do now was to inform the god of war in detail and wait for his response. Bishop McKinley hoped that the god of war would revoke the previous mission, but he knew that this was unlikely, because the god of war would never allow anyone to challenge the dignity of a god. From the events recorded in history, Lord Arthur was most likely to be hunted down by the shrines of war even more fiercely. In fact, the death of Archbishop Guy was immediately known by the god of war. The god of war waited for Archbishop Guy's soul to return to the small world so that he could ask Archbishop Guy what had happened. However, after waiting for a while, the god of war still didn't discover that Archbishop Guy's soul had been taken back to the small world. The god of war was really angry. The soul of every archbishop was a precious treasure of a god. The devotion of every archbishop was at the level of a fanatic. In addition, they had communicated with the god of war many times and received divine rewards that far exceeded that of the other shrines. This caused the souls of the archbishops to undergo special changes. This change in the souls was intentional by the god of war. It was to make the souls of the archbishops more useful when they returned to the small world after their deaths. Chapter 11:16. The God of War did not expect that someone in the great world of God would dare to stop Archbishop Guy's soul from returning to the small world. The God of War was very curious. On one hand, how did Archbishop Guy fall? On the other hand, what method did the other party use to stop Archbishop Guy's soul from returning to the small world? Archbishop Guy was very powerful. In addition, he was always at the shrines of war. It was almost impossible for him to be in danger. Even in the entire history of the great world of God, it was extremely rare for an archbishop to fall prematurely. After being restricted by the 5 gods, the great world of God no longer had those powerful people. The powerful evil gods were all chased away from the main world. Most of them were in hibernation. Even for those who were above level 5, except for a few who were allowed by the 5 gods, the great world of God had not had a level 5 breakthrough for thousands of years. With Archbishop Guy's legendary power, how could he be killed so easily? The God of War was preparing to use his divine power to investigate. At this time, he received a prayer from the bishop of the War Temple. The prayer was about the fall of Archbishop Gay. There's no way the Saint Spirit Knight is still alive. The God of War couldn't help but think to himself after hearing what had happened. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was the last demigod knight in the great world of God. He was specially trained by the God of War to deal with rebels. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was killed by the God of Death. Even his soul could not return to the small world of the God of War, let alone his corpse. Although the God of War could not determine where the soul of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was, he was sure that the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had indeed fallen. Once such an important believer died, he would automatically notify the God of War. The God of War said calmly, "Arthur Luce is indeed capable. No wonder the Queen Mother wants him so much." The anger from before disappeared. It was normal to pay a price for the world crystal. Compared to the value of the realm crystals, the death of an archbishop wasn't a big deal. He could just promote another archbishop. Seems like there's finally something interesting in these boring days. The God of War was in a good mood. There was a rare excitement in his eyes. The God of War suddenly felt like playing a game. The mission of capturing Lord Arthur alive might be very interesting. In fact, the God of War was confident that he could capture Lord Arthur alive. He just wanted to see the price he had to pay. If the God of War's main body entered the great world of God, then he could directly descend in front of Lord Arthur. The price of doing so was that the God of War had to take some risk. In the small world, the God of War was an invincible existence. This invincibility meant that no matter how many losses he suffered in the main world, as long as the small world still existed, he could repeatedly appear in the main world. He could display the power of a god in every shrines and every oracle. In the past, many powerful gods had been dragged to death by the God of War. Therefore, no matter when, the God of War would never appear in the main world. That was his only weakness that could be defeated. Because it involved the secret trade of the realm crystals, the God of War still didn't tell the other 4 gods about the capture of Lord Arthur. In his opinion, the capture of Lord Arthur might become a form of entertainment in his boring days. The God of War didn't appoint an archbishop for the shrines of war. He wouldn't interfere in this kind of thing. The shrines of war had their own way of operating. The archbishop had to be chosen by the shrines of war themselves. Time wasn't important to the gods. The Queen Mother wanted Lord Arthur alive. As long as Lord Arthur didn't die of old age, that was the time limit of the trade. Archbishop Guy had used Lord Fred to set a trap for Lord Arthur, but he was killed by Lord Arthur instead. Archbishop Guy had fallen, and the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had joined Lord Arthur. This news didn't take long to spread among the nobles. Such a big thing had happened in the shrines, so it was impossible to hide it from the priests. When the 5 level 5 priests brought Archbishop Guy's body back, too many priests had seen it. With the fall of Archbishop Guy, the shrines of war had no leader. The 4 bishops had their own forces, and they didn't want to be blamed for hiding the cause of Archbishop Guy's death. When the priests of the Shrines of War knew about the fall of Archbishop Guy, it was equivalent to the entire noble circle knowing. Everyone here is my good friend. Thank you for your trust and for coming here in person." Chairman Gould bowed. This was a meeting room in the castle of the Lord of Maine. There were 15 top nobles in the meeting room, including Chairman Gould. And all the lords here were in their original bodies. They didn't use energy avatars, which was very rare. Apart from major events that were convened by the shrine, the liege would only participate in the Supreme Council meeting that was held once every few years when the chairman of the council was replaced. If the news of 15 top nobles meeting in private was leaked, it would definitely cause a sensation in the great world of God. "Chairman Gould, you don't have to be so polite. We are all very curious about what made you call us in such a hurry?" Lord Ludwig said with a smile. In fact, Lord Ludwig had already guessed some of it, but he couldn't believe that the request he made at that time was really possible. "First of all, I want to confess one thing to everyone. I do have the legendary knight's cultivation method. This is why I can break through to the legendary rank on the spot after drinking the red wine," Chairman Gould announced in a deep voice. His words shocked all the lords present. To be honest, every one of them had doubts about Speaker Gould's legendary ranked knight training method. Perhaps it wasn't just doubts, they were certain of it. But this was completely different from Chairman Gould's personal admission. With Chairman Gould's status, as long as he didn't admit it, no one could do anything to him. "Chairman Gould, where did this legendary knight's cultivation method come from?" Lord Darrell asked aloud. It was very rude for Lord Darrell to ask this question, but he was extremely eager for the legendary knight's cultivation method, so he couldn't care less. Especially after Chairman Gould said that he had the legendary knight's cultivation method, he wanted to know more. Not only Lord Darrell, but the other lords also looked at Chairman Gould with eager eyes. "You don't need to ask where this legendary knight's cultivation method came from. The second thing I want to announce is that as long as you agree to some conditions, I can share the legendary knight's cultivation method with everyone. I can also ask Lord Arthur for a glass of red wine for those lords who agree to the conditions to help with promotion." Chairman Gould waved his hand and said, "I agree." Lord Ludwig was the first to answer. Lord Ludwig didn't even ask for any conditions, and his answer surprised the other lords. How could they negotiate like this? Shouldn't Chairman Gould state the conditions, and the lords see if they can agree? If there are any conditions that are too harsh, they can still discuss it. Lord Ludwig did this, so how could the other lords negotiate? This was also Lord Ludwig's intention. He wanted to be the first lord to rely on Chairman Gould. Anyway, no matter what the conditions were, he would agree. "Lord Ludwig, I will give you the legendary knight's cultivation method in a while. At the same time, I will also tell you some things to pay attention to during promotion. Promotion to the legendary rank is extremely dangerous. I was only able to promote safely under the protection of Lord Arthur," Chairman Gould said to Lord Ludwig with a smile. Chairman Gould was very satisfied with Lord Ludwig's positive attitude. Although this was a matter of mutual consent, with Lord Ludwig's attitude, it would also make things smoother. "Thank you, Chairman Gould." Lord Ludwig bowed and thanked him. Chairman Gould took out a dozen alchemy agreements from his space ring and said, "Everyone, don't worry about my conditions being too harsh. Here is an alliance agreement. Take a look at the content. If there are no problems, sign it. If you don't agree, please don't leak out what happened today. We are still friends in the future." Every lord on the scene had an alchemy agreement in their hands. Lord Ludwig first glanced at the alchemy agreement in his hand. He didn't first look at the content. Just by looking at the alchemy agreement, he could see a lot of things. The alchemy agreement was different from the great world of gods agreement made by the god of justice. It used alchemy methods and was made by a grandmaster alchemist. Lord Ludwig looked at the contents and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The content of the Alchemy Alliance's agreement was indeed not harsh, just as Chairman Gould had said. One thing that had to be noted was that legendary level knight training methods could not be passed on privately. The knights of the allied families had to submit an application to Chairman Gould before they could be taught the legendary level knight training method. "I'll sign it first," Lord Ludwig said with a smile. He took out a level 5 light longsword from his space ring and lightly cut his finger. He then pressed his injured finger on the alchemy agreement. After the agreement absorbed Lord Ludwig's blood, Lord Ludwig's coat of arms automatically appeared at the bottom of the agreement. At the same time, a trace of his consciousness entered the alchemy agreement. The agreement formed a connection with Lord Ludwig, and he felt an incomparably powerful soul. Lord Ludwig's face couldn't help but turn pale. He knew that he had underestimated the alchemy agreement. Although it wasn't as fair as the God of Justice's agreement, it wasn't something a mere level 5 knight like him could compare to. Even if Lord Ludwig was promoted to the legendary rank, he didn't dare to imagine what the backlash from the Great Soul would be like for betraying the agreement. "Chairman Gould, isn't the binding force of this agreement too low?" Lord Darrell asked in disbelief. Lord Darrell was still thinking about what kind of harsh conditions there were, but after reading the agreement, he realized that it wasn't a harsh agreement. Instead, it was more like a relatively fair alliance. What Lord Darrell was even more puzzled about was why such a non-binding agreement was used. To be honest, the power of this alchemy agreement was far less guaranteed than the standard agreement of the Shrines of Justice. At least, the standard agreement of the Shrines of Justice was certified by the God of Justice. Those who dared to betray the agreement would receive the backlash of the God of Justice's divine power. The binding force of this agreement is not only the alchemy agreement itself. The backlash of the alchemy pattern on a level 5 knight is limited. Not to mention, when you all reach the legendary rank in the future, the backlash will not be worth mentioning, Chairman Gould said with a smile. When Chairman Gould said this, Lord Ludwig's face was obviously a little stunned. If Chairman Gould didn't lie, it meant that Chairman Gould himself didn't know how powerful the fair side of the alchemy agreement was. After Chairman Gould mentioned reaching the legendary rank, all the lords smiled. They could easily achieve their lifelong goal as long as they signed this agreement. Naturally, they were satisfied. Then, what will you rely on to maintain the binding force of the agreement? Lord Darrell asked. Lord Darrell hoped that once this alliance was established, there would be no betrayal. Then, the combined power of the 15 top nobles would be enough to affect the entire great world of God. But if the agreement did not have much binding force, and the price of betrayal exceeded this binding force, then what was the point of forming such an alliance? The agreement here is made by Lord Arthur. Once someone violates the agreement, then with the spirit of the agreement, Lord Arthur is enough to make anyone pay the price of betrayal. Chairman Gould explained with a smile. Chairman Gould had no choice. Instead of asking the Shrines of Justice to help with the fair agreement, he would rather use a weaker form of agreement. Their agreement had content related to the legendary rank. This was a power that the 5 shrines were not allowed to have, including the Shrines of Justice. Chairman Gould asked Lord Arthur to make some alchemy agreements with the help of Lord Arthur's prestige. Chairman Gould, are you sure that this alchemy agreement was made by Lord Arthur? After Lord Darrell signed the agreement, he also felt the great soul. After waiting for a while to calm down, he could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Chairman Gould did not understand what Lord Darrell meant. The lords signed the agreement one by one, and then they all showed a strange expression. They looked at Chairman Gould with inquiring eyes. Chairman Gould took out his own agreement. Since it was an alliance agreement, he also needed to sign an agreement to show an equal relationship. Of course, Chairman Gould was the leader in this alliance, and his status was naturally different. Chairman Gould was horrified by the great soul he sensed when signing the agreement. The familiar aura let him know that it was the soul of Lord Arthur. Chapter 11:17. How powerful is Lord Arthur? Speaker Gould thought in his heart. Then he thought of another thing. Since the alchemy agreement had such a guarantee, no one would dare to violate this alliance agreement. Everyone, from today onwards, we are closer. We have to give the alliance a name. Speaker Gould said to the lords with a smile. All the lords no longer mentioned Lord Arthur's powerful soul. It was because of the justice of Lord Arthur's soul that the lords here were more united. What is the name of the legendary knight's cultivation method? Lord Darrell didn't care about the name of the alliance. There was not much difference whether this secret alliance had a name or not. He was more concerned about the legendary knight's cultivation method promised by Speaker Gould. I forgot. This is the legendary knight's cultivation method. You all memorize it here. You are not allowed to take the original copy out of here. Speaker Gould smiled and took out a beautifully bound book and put it on the table. Of course, this was not the original copy. There was no original copy of the Dawn cultivation method at all. This was made by Speaker Gould's craftsmen in the clan. This alone showed the extraordinariness of this book. Dawn cultivation method. Lord Darrell read softly. Although the 14 lords gathered around a book, and it was more laborious to read, as a level 5 temple knight ranked in the great world of God, each lord here had strong eyesight. One person flipped through the Dawn cultivation technique, and all of the lords memorized it. The book wasn't very thick, but it contained the Dawn cultivation technique, and some things to take note of. The lords quickly memorized it. The lords who could be invited by Speaker Gould were all level 5 temple knight at the peak. They all hoped to promote to the legendary rank in a short time. Otherwise, Speaker Gould would not have invited them. At least the first batch of allies must be level 5 temple knight who could try to promote to the legendary rank in a short time. Only when more legendary ranks appeared could it have enough influence. None of the lords were weak. Once they fully concentrated on reciting the entire Dawn training method, they didn't waste much time. However, after reciting it, the lords closed their eyes and consolidated the knowledge. Even the slightest mistake in such an exquisite knight training method would cause the practitioner to pay a heavy price. At the same time, the lords used this time to analyze the contents of the Dawn training method. Who? Lord Ludwig let out a long sigh of relief. Excitement, joy, and all sorts of emotions made it hard for him to control himself. If it wasn't for the fact that the environment here didn't allow it, Lord Ludwig would have immediately started training in the Dawn training method. He suppressed the urge to take out the red wine and drink it as he looked at Speaker Gould. As a knight with the bloodline of dragons, Lord Ludwig's Hopkinson family's knight training method was one of the best knight training methods in the world. But in comparison, the Dawn training method was far superior. Lord Ludwig was confident that he wouldn't make a mistake. In fact, every lord here felt the same way. Lord Ludwig thought of Chairman Gould's question and said, "Chairman Gould, since we can all train in the Dawn training method, why don't we call our alliance Dawn?" Without waiting for Chairman Gould to speak, several lords nodded and said, "Dawn training method, Dawn alliance, this is a good suggestion." The lords were very satisfied with the recitation of the Dawn training method. At this moment, they all felt a sense of approval for this alliance. The lords were only the first batch to learn the Dawn training method. After that, when the family's knight reached the peak of level 5 temple knight or the family focused on training the knight, they would have to apply to Chairman Gould and sign a new alchemy contract. Chairman Gould also felt that it was a good idea and said with a smile, "Dawn alliance. Since everyone thinks it's good, then it's settled." He took out a bottle with a large number of alchemy patterns engraved on the surface and waved his hand, causing 14 cups to appear on the table. He carefully poured the red wine from the alchemy bottle into the cup. Almost as soon as the wine left the mouth of the alchemy bottle, the lord's eyes widened. The refreshing and rich aura of the phase hit them in the face. Chairman Gould's alchemy bottle was also a treasure. In order to prevent the red wine's energy from leaking out, the alchemy bottle had an internal storage space and could also lock the energy inside. Of course, these fey red wine were given by David. The production of fey fruits was not small. Although they couldn't provide a large amount, Chairman Gould could still provide this little bit of fey red wine to expand his forces. Chairman Gould pointed at the 14 cups of red wine and said, "This is the fey red wine I promised you. Please properly prepare for your advancement before proceeding. Don't waste this precious red wine." The lords who didn't attend Annabella's Legend Advancement Banquet had their eyes shining when they saw the red wine. Ever since Chairman Gould had advanced to the legend rank because of a cup of red wine at the banquet, the red wine was almost equivalent to a divine item in the aristocratic circle of the great world of God. Indeed, other than a divine item, what other cultivation resources could allow a level 5 temple knight to successfully advance to the legend rank? Anyway, in the past few thousand years, no knight had been able to advance to the legend rank. No one knew how Annabella had advanced to the legend rank. However, the red wine had appeared at Annabella's Legend Advancement Banquet. Coupled with the fact that Chairman Gould had advanced after drinking the red wine, others couldn't help but think that Annabella had also advanced because of the red wine. If not for Lord Arthur being on planet Gammy and being targeted by the Shrines of War, making it difficult to contact him, the aristocrats would have already gone to Lord Arthur to purchase the red wine. Such a divine item had appeared in front of them. Although Chairman Gould had agreed before signing the alliance agreement, it still made the lords very excited. The overlords resisted the temptation of the red wine and stored it in their spatial items. They had just seen the things to take note of when advancing to the legend rank after reading the Dawn cultivation method. Naturally, they knew the difficulty of advancing to the legend rank. They had to be prepared before attempting to advance. Everyone, the Dawn Alliance has been established. In order to thank Lord Arthur for his help to the Dawn Alliance, I propose an operation to beat the Morse family to the ground. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. I agree. Lord Ludwig was still the first to respond. The other lords were only a little slower, but they also expressed their agreement. What Lord Fred had done might be understandable under normal circumstances, but in the current situation, he had betrayed the entire aristocratic class. The Shrines of War had privately captured a member of the Supreme Council, a top-notch aristocrat, Lord Arthur. This kind of action was a provocation to the entire aristocratic class. Lord Fred did not participate in the operation against the Shrines of War, but he could not help the Shrines of War deal with Lord Arthur at this time. Now that Lord Fred had fallen, according to Lord Arthur's habits, it would be difficult for the Morse family to escape. All the lords here had received great kindness from Lord Arthur. After Chairman Gould proposed this suggestion, the lords naturally had no objections. They also looked down on Lord Fred's actions. David did not know of Chairman Gould's plan, and he did not immediately find trouble with the Morse family. He brought Legend Annabella back to Gammy Star and handed over all the external affairs of Gammy Star to Legend Annabella. David once again announced to the outside world that he was going into seclusion. David sat on the ground of the great world of God, 500 meters underground. He was taking inventory of his gains this time. The first was naturally the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction Card. He took out the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction Card, from his space pendant, and found that this divine artifact was somewhat special. The divine artifact, Knight's Restriction Card, did not have the slightest mark of an owner inside. This was a special divine artifact that could be used without having to recognize an owner. David did not know that this divine artifact, Knight's Restriction Card, was jointly created by the 5 gods. In order to suppress the knight profession, the 5 gods did not set up a mark of an owner inside the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction Card, so that the 5 shrines could use the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card. Holding the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, in his hand, David was a little hesitant. He did not know what to do with the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card. To be honest, the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, was an item of little value to him. Although it was called a divine artifact, its function was too simple. No knight in the great world of God could pose any threat to David. If he wanted to deal with a knight, the effect of the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, would be the same whether he had the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, or not. In addition, the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, was a little tricky in his hands. When the nobles heard the news, he was afraid that they would be suspicious of him and the shrines would also ask him for it. David thought for a while, took out the Lord-level contact circle, and began to contact Speaker Gould. Speaker Gould, who was thinking about how to deal with the Morse family, did not avoid the 14 lords here when he received Lord Arthur's contact request. The lords here were now in the closest alliance, so Speaker Gould simply contacted Lord Arthur on the spot. Speaker Gould, have you heard of a divine artifact called Knight's Restriction card? After the contact was connected, David asked directly. Divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card? I've never heard of it. Speaker Gould thought for a while, and looked at the lords who were looking at him with a questioning look in his eyes. After getting a negative response, he replied. In the internal news of the Shrines of War, the news of the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, was blocked because it involved the god of war, so no one in the noble circle had heard about it. The divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, is a divine artifact that restrains the knight profession. After using it, it imprisons the bloodline power in the knight's body and makes the knight lose the ability to control the bloodline power. David explained in a deep voice. How can there be such a divine artifact? Does it belong to the Shrines of War? Speaker Gould felt his scalp tingle, and he asked repeatedly. If there really was such a divine artifact, then what was the knight profession? What was the entire noble class supported by the knight profession? What were the knights who worked hard for promotion? Not only Speaker Gould, but the other 14 lords were also waiting for Lord Arthur's next words with a gloomy look on their faces. Archbishop Guy brought the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, to catch me. Fortunately, I had a trick up my sleeve and successfully killed Archbishop Guy. The divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, is now in my hands. David continued. Hearing that the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, was in the hands of Lord Arthur, Speaker Gould and the other lords let out a sigh of relief. Due to the existence of the Dawn Alliance, the 15 lords here all regarded Lord Arthur as a reliable ally. Although Lord Arthur did not sign the agreement, the fair party of the agreement was Lord Arthur. In a sense, Lord Arthur was also a member of the Dawn Alliance. Speaker Gould was a little regretful. He shouldn't have made such an important matter public in private and exposed the fact that Lord Arthur had the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card. Speaker Gould, I'd like to ask for your opinion. How should we deal with the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card? Should we hand it over to the Supreme Council or return it to the shrines? David revealed the reason for his contact. Lord Arthur, wait a moment. This is a serious matter. I need to convene the Supreme Council. Speaker Gould said in a deep voice after a moment of silence. He knew what Lord Arthur was thinking. He wanted to hand the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, to the Supreme Council, which meant that he would be keeping it in his hands. The one who would benefit the most from this would be the Supreme Council and Speaker Gould. It was because after the Supreme Council obtained the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, they would have the ability to go against the shrine. The divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, was a double-edged sword. In the past, it was used to allow the shrines to control the nobles better, but now that it had landed in the hands of the Supreme Council, it could go against the shrine's knight. The combat power of the shrines was divided into two groups, One was a knight and the other was a priest. Most of the combat power of the shrines were knights, and only a small number of them were priests. The requirements for becoming a priest were too stringent, and one had to have spiritual talent to learn it. There were very few people with spiritual talent, and they were constantly snatched by the followers of the evil gods. Hence, there were far fewer people with spiritual talent who could become priests than knights. When the shrine's knight was no longer a threat, the possibility of winning against the Supreme Council by relying on the priests alone was extremely low. Naturally, if the shrines used divine means, the Supreme Council would not be able to resist. However, if they used divine means in order to deal with the Supreme Council, they would be completely falling out with the Supreme Council. The result would be chaos in the great world of God, and a complete break between the nobles and the shrines. For the gods who wanted to use the aristocratic system to maintain the rule of the great world of God, this was definitely not what they wanted to see. Without the rule of the aristocratic system, a chaotic great world of God would greatly reduce the number of believers that the gods could reap. This was a consequence that the 5 shrines could not bear. Chapter 11:18. Chairman Gould used the highest level of summoning signal, and all the lords who received it entered the virtual conference hall. Chairman Gould frowned at the level 5 Knight of the Morse family and said in a deep voice, "Mickey Holy Temple Knight, please leave the conference hall." Ever since the news of Lord Fred's death spread to the Morse family, the level 5 Knight Mickey naturally became the new head of the Morse family and took over Lord Fred's position. The level 5 Knight Mickey had also obtained the backup Lord-level communication array that Lord Fred had left in the family. This was so that the family could receive important information on behalf of Lord Fred when he was unable to receive any news. The long-established top nobles all had their own plans to deal with emergencies. Even if something happened to the head of the family, they could quickly take over and reduce the impact on the family. Chairman Gould, I am the new head of the Morse family. I have the right to participate in the Supreme Council's meetings. Mickey defended himself. As the chairman of the Supreme Council, I propose to expel the Morse family from the Supreme Council and revoke their status as a top noble and a member of the council. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. All the lords who participated in the meeting had received news that Lord Fred had helped the war shrines set up a trap to deal with Lord Arthur. Lord Fred had died because of this, along with Archbishop Guy. However, the lords did not expect Chairman Gould to suddenly make things difficult for them at this time. Many of them did not understand why Chairman Gould was so decisive. If they did not communicate with each other in advance, Chairman Gould's reputation would also be affected if the proposal was not passed. Why? Do I need to know why? Even if Fred had done something wrong, he has already died. Why can't Chairman Gould let the Morse family off? Mickey's level 5 Knight Mickey's reaction was extremely intense as he loudly rebuked. Because what I am about to announce cannot be known to the Morse family who has betrayed the Supreme Council. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. I agree with President Gould's suggestion. The Morse family is no longer qualified to participate in the Supreme Council as a top noble. Lord Ludwig was the first to agree. Lord Ludwig also had a faction. After seeing that Lord Ludwig had agreed, the other lords also expressed their support for Speaker Gould's proposal. The rest of the lords of the Dawn Alliance also agreed, and many other lords followed suit. The voting process was very fast. In the end, only about 20 lords chose to abstain from voting. The rest of the lords agreed with Speaker Gould's proposal. This was the first time the Dawn Alliance had unleashed its power, and it had displayed its might. Once the 15 strongest aristocratic families of the Supreme Council decided on something at the same time, there would be no resistance in the Supreme Council at all. Very well, I hereby announce the withdrawal of the Morse family's status as a top noble and a member of the Supreme Council, and the expulsion of the Knight of the Mickey Sanctum. As President Gould announced, He used his authority to expel Mickey from the Level 5 Holy Temple Knight from the virtual conference hall. "You can't do this!" The voice of Mickey's Level 5 Holy Temple Knight slowly faded in the virtual conference hall. "Okay, I have called for the Supreme Council meeting today because a major event has happened. I have to inform everyone and listen to everyone's opinions," Chairman Gould said in a deep voice as he waved his hand. All eyes in the Supreme Council meeting hall were fixed on President Gould, waiting for his announcement. Archbishop Guy of the War Shrines set a trap to deal with Lord Arthur. At that time, Archbishop Guy took out an artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card. When President Gould said this, there was a commotion below. The main reason was that the name of the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card, could roughly guess the function of this artifact, causing the lords to have various guesses. Yes, as its name suggests, the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card, is specially made for the knight profession. It is an artifact created by the Shrines of the War to control the knight profession to restrict the bloodline power of the knight. Any knight or even demigod knight will lose their combat power in the face of the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card. Chairman Gould continued in a deep voice. At this moment, the Supreme Council meeting hall exploded like cold water being poured into hot oil. All the lords were cursing in various languages, some cursing, some questioning, some refusing to believe, and so on. All of them had extremely intense reactions. "Where is the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card now?" a lord asked. Knowing that Archbishop Guy had been killed by Lord Arthur, many lords thought of the possibility of the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card. "Lord Arthur has obtained the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card, and he has given me two options. One is to hand the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card, to the Supreme Council for safekeeping, and the other is to return it to the shrine. I would like to hear your opinions," Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. "Of course it should be handed over to the Supreme Council. With the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card, we will have the capital to negotiate with the shrines," a lord exclaimed. No one was a fool. Handing over the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card, to the shrines would be akin to handing over their lives to the shrine. In the past, it did not matter if the shrines did not interfere in worldly affairs. However, recently, the shrines had suddenly tried to capture Lord Arthur. This behavior reflected that the shrines did not care about the aristocracy at all. Returning the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card, to the shrines would allow the shrines to act without any scruples and hand over their lives to the other party. Why did Lord Arthur hand over the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card? A lord asked. No one would think that Lord Arthur was selfless and that there must be a reason for handing over the artifact, the Knight's Restriction Card. Archbishop Gay failed to capture Lord Arthur with the divine artifact, Knight's Prohibition Card. This means that Lord Arthur has a way to deal with the divine artifact, Knight's Prohibition Card. Besides, Lord Arthur used the divine artifact, Knight's Prohibition Card, to deal with a knight. Who here can withstand his sword? Lord Ludwig asked with a faint smile. Let's vote. Those who agree that the Knight's Restriction Card should be returned to the Supreme Council, raise your left hand. Those who agree that the Knight's Restriction Card should be returned to the shrines, raise your right hand. Chairman Gould announced loudly. All the lords present raised their left hand in unison. Perhaps some of these lords had a close relationship with the shrines, but instead of handing the safety of the knight profession to the shrines, they might as well take it into their own hands. They also chose to believe in Chairman Gould. If Chairman Gould really wanted to monopolize the Knight's Restriction Card, there would be no need for a Supreme Council discussion at all. With Chairman Gould's relationship with Lord Arthur, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take the artifact for his own use. Chairman Gould looked at the raised left hand, feeling extremely agitated. Although this vote was not to be underestimated, it was the first time that the nobles had truly rebelled against the shrines, and all the lords were on the same side. Chairman Gould took the opportunity of convening the Supreme Council to inform all the lords about the Knight's restriction card. He then united all the lords to fight against the shrines. David did not participate in the Supreme Council. After hearing the results, he used the small item long-distance teleportation function of the Lord-level communication array to send the artifact, the Knight's restriction card, to Chairman Gould. David continued to count his gains. He took out Archbishop Guy's space ring, and without the protection of Archbishop Guy's mental strength, his mental strength entered the space ring without any resistance. It was a space ring that was opened by mental strength, and the space inside was shockingly large. It was comparable to that of a small city. Of course, the space ring was still far inferior to the space pendant, which could barely be considered divine level. David's mental strength was attracted by a scepter, which he had seen Archbishop Guy use before when he was controlling his clone. It was also the scepter of the war shrines. There were many complicated divine patterns on the surface of the scepter, and they were not ordinary divine patterns. With David's knowledge of divine patterns, he could not understand the meaning of them at all. In fact, there was no need to look at the divine patterns on the scepter. He could tell that the scepter was extraordinary just by looking at the huge gemstone that contained majestic energy. However, the scepter did not attract David at all. It was not as powerful as the knight's sword, and he did not know any theurgy. Hence, he could not use the scepter to increase the power of his theurgy. After putting away the scepter, he continued to check the contents of the space ring. There were plenty of good things in the space ring, from some extremely precious gowns to the ornaments of nobles. They were all the best in the great world of God. From this, one could see Archbishop Guy's hobby. Even after becoming an archbishop, he did not give up his love for clothes. In addition, there was a pile of about 100 divinity crystals. David was surprised when he saw the divinity crystals. This was a special treasure that he had only read about in the books of the nobles, but Archbishop Gay had so many of them. One had to know that the divine crystals could be used as a one-time item, and they were extremely effective in both attacking and escaping. The problem was that during the fight with David, Archbishop Guy did not have time to use the divine crystals at all. His mind was affected by David's high-frequency howl, and he did not even have time to react until David's sword pierced through his heart. There was also a pile of handicraft. Since they could be kept here, each of them was probably a treasure that could make people click their tongues. David found a crown among them. It was mainly because crowns were very rare in the great world of God. The crown he saw was very ancient, and the patterns on it were incomprehensible to him, but it looked extremely mysterious. He took out the crown and prepared to scan it with his mind. His mind passed through the crown, and it was as if the crown did not exist. This is a divine artifact. David could not help but be stunned. An item that even his mind could not detect could only be a divine artifact. One had to know that his soul had been absorbed by the world tree several times, and it had long surpassed his previous soul. His mind was so strong that even a demigod could not compare to it. David checked the crown repeatedly, and finally found that he could only let his mind enter the crown when he focused on a point behind it. When his mind entered the crown, he quickly found the magic circle of the divine artifact. Judging from the remnant mind aura in the magic circle, Archbishop Guy was the previous owner of this divine artifact. Unfortunately, Archbishop Guy did not use this divine artifact in the battle, or rather, he did not have the time to use it. David's spirit easily left an imprint on the master recognition array. Then, a message was transmitted from the crown. The Stalker's Crown was a divine artifact left behind by an ancient god. Its effect was very simple, and that was to hide all of one's aura so that it would not leak out of one's body. Perhaps this function wouldn't be of any use to ordinary people. However, to the strong, it was extremely important. The stronger one was, the stronger the energy in one's body, and what leaked out was their aura. Most of the time, it was not because they saw the target, but because they found the target's aura. Some detection magic circles made judgments based on aura. The reason why David did not dare to get close to any shrines was because he did not dare to expose his aura to the shrines. If the shrines found out that his aura was special, it would bring him more trouble. In his aura, there was the aura of a legendary black dragon. A black dragon could be counted as a follower of an evil god in the great world of God. David put the stalker's crown on his head, and his aura disappeared. He was very satisfied with a very practical divine artifact. At least this divine artifact would not be as useless as the Knight's Forbidden card. David put away the portal ring and reached out his hand to summon the shadow attendant. His mind entered the shadow attendant's body. First, he asked the shadow attendant to list out Archbishop Gay's Ball of Knowledge. Archbishop Gay was also a legendary, and as an Archbishop of War Shrines, he was very curious about what kind of Ball of Knowledge Gay could provide. As for Lord Fred, David did not care about his Ball of Knowledge at all. The Ball of Knowledge of a level 5 Knight of the Holy Knight could no longer attract David's attention. Contrary to David's expectations, the shadow attendant did not list out Archbishop Gay's Ball of Knowledge. There could only be one reason for that. Archbishop Gay's soul did not produce a Ball of Knowledge. Curious, David used his mind to investigate the shadow attendant's body. The souls of the 2 god-level insectoids were still in the purification stage. The golden light of Lord Fred's level 5 soul origin was also very eye-catching. Beside it was an even larger golden ball, with a faint figure sitting inside. David had never seen such a soul before. The golden ball was clearly protecting Archbishop Gay's soul, which was why the Ball of Knowledge could not be produced. With a thought, he realized that he could move the golden ball. Without thinking too much, he moved Lord Fred's level 5 soul origin and the golden ball of Archbishop Gay's soul into the small world of his soul space. Chapter 11:19. As soon as Lord Fred's level 5 soul origin entered David's soul space, it was immediately assimilated by the 4 legendary rank soul clones and the 171 level 5 soul clones, becoming the 172nd level 5 soul clone. As for Lord Fred's corpse, David had no intention of reviving it. The main reason was that the current number of level 5 knights from the Holy Temple was already enough. Besides, Lord Fred had just fallen, and now he had another level 5 knight from the Holy Temple as his subordinate. It would be too easy for others to have wild and fanciful thoughts. However, the golden ball in Archbishop Guy's soul was a little strange. After entering David's soul space, it remained in its original state. David tried to use his mind to touch the golden ball, but he did not get any results. The golden ball did not change at all. Just as he was at a loss as to how to deal with the golden ball, a branch of the world tree extended over and tapped the golden ball lightly. With this tap, the golden ball broke open, and the figure inside flew out. The figure's face was similar to Archbishop Guy's, but its eyes, which were originally lively, had now lost their liveliness. If Archbishop Guy's soul had returned to the small world of the god of war, which he believed in, the god of war would naturally allow Archbishop Guy's soul to retain its original consciousness. However, this was David's soul space, a small world shared by both David and the world tree. David might not have the ability to change souls, but the world tree could eliminate all possibilities that threatened the small world. The self-consciousness in Archbishop Guy's soul was considered dangerous by the world tree. Even the soul protection that the god of war had set up for Archbishop Guy was easily broken through. The shadow flew to a leaf of the world tree. The weightless shadow sat on the surface of the leaf and began to chant dreamily. This chant had an inexplicable guiding effect. Unknowingly, it could cause living beings to develop faith in the owner of the small world. The chant reverberated in the small world. After hearing the chant, the illusory living beings produced by the hallucination technique became more enthusiastic about their work. Something called faith appeared in their eyes. David had already reached the peak of the legendary rank. Naturally, he could sense the appearance of the power of faith. There had always been a portion of the power of faith around him. This was the power of faith produced by the knights of the great world of God worshipping him, the invincible knight. However, as David had given the emperor-level inheritance rune to the clone of the demigod, he had lost the ability to absorb the power of faith. The power of faith outside his body could only be sensed, but could not be controlled. And when the phantom affected those illusory creatures in the small world of his soul space and produced faith power, David was surprised to find that he could actually control that faith power. The archbishops of the War Temple had been blessed many times by the god of war. Their souls had been modified through various methods, and with the special temperament of an archbishop, the souls of the archbishops of the War Temple had the ability to enter the small world and increase the output of faith in the small world. Perhaps because there were not many illusory living beings in David's small world of soul space, the archbishop's soul could not be at its strongest. In the small world of the god of war, after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, there were countless souls of extremely devout believers that were brought into the small world. These souls were all providing the power of faith to the god of war. Every time the archbishop's soul was added to the small world of the god of war, it would produce a 5% increase in the power of faith. Compared to the sea of souls of believers in the small world of the god of war, a 5% increase in the power of faith would be an extremely large amount. This was also why the god of war was angry at the loss of the archbishop's soul. Every archbishop's soul was a precious treasure of the gods. David had robbed the god of war of 100 years of cultivation. In these 100 years, the great world of God's believers and the god of war's own efforts for Archbishop Guy had all been for naught. David did not know about this. He was just curious. The archbishop's soul had actually allowed his small world to produce the power of faith. Moreover, it was the power of faith that he could control. If he had the complete knowledge of becoming a god through faith, and understood how important the power of faith produced in the small world was, he would not be so calm. One should never underestimate the archbishop's soul. If it were not for the fact that they had occupied the great world of God, it would be almost impossible for the rest of the evil gods to cultivate the soul of an archbishop. This was because they did not have enough believers and a large amount of resources. It was impossible to rely on the gifts of the gods to grow an archbishop's soul that could increase the power of faith in the small world. Almost all of the evil gods were now living off their previous gains. They had not obtained the soul of an archbishop for tens of thousands of years because they did not have the conditions to cultivate the soul of an archbishop. This also made the power of faith in the small world of the evil gods unable to increase. They could only reduce the consumption of power of faith through hibernation and accumulate the power of faith in the small world bit by bit. David was still feeling a little helpless because he did not get the ball of knowledge from Archbishop Guy's soul. He did not know how much benefit he had gained. If he learned some divine spells now, he would not need to believe in any gods. He would only need to rely on the power of faith produced in his small world to perform divine spells. Of course, with David's current strength, unless he obtained the inheritance of a god, the divine spells of ordinary priests would not increase his strength in the slightest. The Morse star was the main planet of the Morse family. In the hall of the family castle, Mickey, a level 5 temple knight, was sitting in the seat of the patriarch. The important members of the Morse family sat on both sides of him. In order to maintain the purity of the Black Dragon bloodline, there were not many core members of the Morse family. Everyone, the family has reached a point of life and death. I have gathered all of you here to discuss the future of the family. Mickey, a level 5 temple knight, said in a deep voice. Mickey, a level 5 temple knight, was also very depressed. Originally, after the death of Lord Fred, it was only natural for him to take over the position of the Patriarch, as well as the status of Lord and Councillor. But who would have thought that Chairman Gould would be so fierce in proposing to kick the Morse family out of the top nobles, and that more than half of the lords would support it? It could be said that the Morse family was a rare existence in the history of the great world of God. The previous ones who had courted death like this were the Lytton family of the previous chairman. What else can we do? Isn't it obvious? Chairman Gould kicked our family out of the top nobles in order to make it easier for Lord Arthur to take revenge. An elder said bitterly. Lord Arthur had only been famous for a few years, but countless nobles had died under his hands. Unlike other powerhouses, Lord Arthur was particularly vengeful. After his life was threatened, his revenge would not only be on the enemy himself, but also on the forces behind the enemy. Because of this, many powerful nobles had been annihilated. The nobles that had been passed down for thousands of years and countless generations had been destroyed in a short period of time. The words of this elder caused the atmosphere in the hall to become extremely oppressive. Why should the entire family bear the responsibility for the mistakes made by Lord Fred? Dorothea asked softly, unable to accept such a statement. Because when Lord Fred was alive, the Morse family and Lord Fred's interests were tied together. We received benefits from Lord Fred, so we have to pay the price for it. Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, replied in a deep voice. Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, looked at Dorothea and couldn't help but think of something. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Dorothea and Lord Arthur had met, and Lord Arthur had given Dorothea pointers. Now, the Morse family needed someone who could communicate with Lord Arthur, and Dorothea was the most suitable person. The Morse family was facing an extremely dangerous situation. On the outside, the vast majority of the nobles in the great world of God had cut off all relations with the Morse family. Many of the relationships that had been going on for many years had also been forcibly terminated. Those nobles didn't want to have the slightest relationship with the Morse family, even if it meant incurring losses. There were even more nobles who were eyeing the Morse family covetously. Once the Morse family weakened to a certain extent, they would pounce on them and devour them. Dorothea, you are acquainted with Lord Arthur. I want you to prepare a gift and ask Lord Arthur to be merciful and let the family go. Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, bowed to Dorothea and requested. The eyes of the other patriarchs also lit up. They had also heard rumors that Dorothea was favored by Lord Arthur, and they looked at Dorothea with expectant eyes. This wasn't unprecedented. Previously, the Lytton family's Arvid, a level 5 Temple Knight, had obtained Lord Arthur's forgiveness. Although the Lytton family wouldn't be able to recover their strength for hundreds of years, at least they had retained a part of their strength. Returning to being a top-notch noble wasn't a fantasy. Dorothea was about to agree when she felt the whole castle suddenly shake. Enemy attack! A knight's shout came from outside. Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, was startled. His figure flashed and rushed out of the castle. In the process, he had already donned a level 5 knight's armor and a level 5 light longsword in his hand. Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, was extremely angry. Although the Morse family had lost a powerful level 5 Temple Knight due to the fall of Lord Fred, the Morse family still had him as a level 5 Temple Knight. In addition, there were several level 5 Temple Knights hidden in the family who had lost their minds. Their fighting strength could be ranked in the middle of the top-notch nobles. How could even the Morse Star, the main territory of the family, be invaded by enemies? Who would have such guts? Thinking of such a crazy act, Mickey, the level 5 Temple Knight, thought of Lord Arthur, and his rushing movement became sluggish. When the level 5 Temple Knight saw the enemy, although the enemy was not the worst-case scenario, he could not feel happy at all. Although Lord Arthur did not come to attack, there were a total of 15 figures in the sky. Among them, Chairman Gould, who was standing in the middle, was the most eye-catching. The one who attacked the castle's defensive magic array was Lord Ludwig. The other lords were all members of the Dawn Alliance. As the target of the first mission of the Dawn Alliance, all the lords did not immediately return to their territories to try to advance to the legendary rank. Instead, they came together to the Morse family. Of course, this time was not wasted. The families of the 14 lords were actively preparing the corresponding resources for their advancement. They needed some time to prepare, and this time was also used to complete this mission. As for how they came to the Morse star, this was the role of spies. As top-notch nobles, it was normal for them to plant spies in each other. Many spies were trained and arranged from a young age, and were very difficult to discover. After this operation, the Morse family would also cease to exist. Under such circumstances, the few top-notch nobles who had planted spies in the Morse family did not hide anything. They mobilized the spies to cooperate with each other. Taking advantage of the time when all the important members of the Morse family were gathered in the castle of the Morse star, the planet-level portal of the Morse star was opened, and the 15 lords were allowed to enter. After the 15 lords entered, they first set up a night battle formation to seal off the main castle. Only then did Lord Ludwig launch the attack. Chairman Gould, as the chairman of the Supreme Council, you openly violated the law of the nobles and invaded the territory of the Morse family without permission. Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, stared at Chairman Gould and shouted. Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, knew that the Morse family would not be able to survive today. Chairman Gould was already at the legendary rank, and there were 14 powerful lords. Every lord here had a significant influence in the great world of God. In terms of strength, every lord was stronger than Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight. With such a group of lords appearing, how could the current Morse family resist such power? Not to mention the current Morse family, even if Lord Fred was still alive, the Morse family at its peak would not be a match for these 15 lords. That's simple. As the chairman of the Supreme Council, I announce that the Morse family will be removed from the list of nobles, and all the titles of the Morse family will be taken back. Chairman Gould said sarcastically. To be honest, Chairman Gould looked down on Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight. If Lord Fred was still alive, he would definitely not say such a thing in such a situation. Since Chairman Gould and the others had come, there was no way they would stop. Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, finally realized that Chairman Gould did have such power. Due to the fact that the Morse family had lost their status as a top noble and a member of the Supreme Council, the Morse family had been reduced from a top noble to an ordinary noble. The chairman of the Supreme Council had the power to propose stripping an ordinary noble of their title, as long as more than 10 lords agreed. There were as many as 14 lords here, and that was enough for the proposal to be passed smoothly. Of course, there was something wrong with such a proposal, but no one would care at such a time. Chapter 11:20. Chairman Gould, what do you want me to do to let the Morse family go? Mickey asked bitterly. He had lost the courage to resist. Once all the direct descendants of the Morse family are dead, we will stop. Why do you think we started now? Chairman Gould replied in a deep voice. At this time, the 5th-rank Temple Knight Mickey realized that the important members of the Morse family were all in the castle. If they were all caught, the Morse family would basically disappear. Why? Why do you have to be so ruthless? Why don't you give us a way out? Mickey asked unwillingly as he looked at the 15 lords in the sky. Because Lord Arthur is a little busy. We will help Lord Arthur solve this matter, and we will solve it according to Lord Arthur's style. Lord Ludwig replied with a sinister smile. At this time, the rest of the Morse family members also came out of the castle. When they saw the 15 lords in the sky, they understood the fate of the Morse family today. Lord Arthur, you are actually fighting for Lord Arthur. Mickey muttered in disbelief. The 5th-rank Temple Knight Mickey thought of many possibilities, The biggest possibility was that these 15 lords were eyeing the benefits of the Morse family. As an old top noble family with dragon bloodline, the Morse family's foundation was not low at all. Even if the 15 lords were to divide it, they would still be able to get a lot of benefit. However, Mickey, a level 5 holy knight, did not expect that the 15 lords of the divine great world, including Speaker Gould, were only here to help Lord Arthur. Enough said. Let's finish the battle. Chairman Gould looked at the black dragon crest on the castle and shook his head slightly. This time, Lord Ludwig didn't only use his own bloodline power. Instead, he used the bloodline power of the 15 lords in the night battle formation to form a giant white blade that slashed towards the defensive barrier of the castle. The castle had gone through thousands of years of history. Every generation had improved and strengthened it, but no matter how much it was strengthened, it couldn't withstand the combined power of a legendary rank and 14-peak 5th-rank knight. The huge bloodline power blade collided with the defensive barrier. The barrier let out a sound like cloth being torn apart, and then the entire defensive barrier dissipated into specks of starlight. The bloodline power blade didn't disappear with the barrier just because it broke, and it continued to slash downwards. Every brick in the castle had alchemy patterns drawn on it, but under the huge bloodline power blade, they crumbled one by one. Some of the non-knight clansmen were hit by the flying rubble. The aftermath of the attack wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. Those who were lucky enough to survive. Fight them to the death. Mickey, a 5th-rank knight, shouted loudly. As a knight, he still had the courage to launch a final attack in the face of death. But behind Mickey, only Dorothea was following closely. The rest of the knight were frightened by the attack just now. Some knights didn't dare to move out of fear, while others fled in all directions. They thought that the 15 lords wouldn't put them in their eyes and would let them go. But they were wrong. 15 energy avatars appeared and killed the knight who wanted to leave the castle one by one. To deal with these weak knights, the energy doppelganger was the most terrifying. It moved so fast that knights could not see it clearly. Many knights could not even see clearly whose energy doppelganger killed them until they died. Dorothea, follow me. Mickey, a 5th-rank knight, said in a deep voice. Mickey, a 5th-rank knight, led Dorothea in a charge towards Chairman Gould. Although Dorothea's strength had just reached the 4th rank, under the lead of Mickey, she also mobilized her little bloodline power and provided it to Mickey. Chairman Gould showed respect. He would show enough respect to any brave knight. A 5th-rank light longsword appeared in his hand. The best response to such a knight was to kill him with his own hands. The 14 lords didn't interfere. They also showed their respect. They wanted to give Mickey, a 5th-rank knight, a glorious death. The eyes of the 5th-rank knight flashed with gratification. In any case, a knight dying at the hands of a powerful opponent was much better than dying of old age in bed. Being killed by the second legendary knight of the great world of God in thousands of years, Mickey, a 5th-rank knight, was satisfied. However, he was unwilling to give up. When he was halfway through his charge, the space in his heart sea suddenly exploded. Crazy bloodline power gushed out from his heart sea space. Mickey, a 5th-rank knight, was covered in blood in an instant. Before the berserk bloodline power attacked the enemy, it first destroyed his body. At the same time, Mickey's energy clone flew out from the body of the 5th-rank temple knight, grabbed Dorothea in his hand and flew away. At the last moment Mickey, a 5th-rank knight, didn't choose to escape. Instead, he wanted to use his energy avatar to preserve the bloodline of the Morse family. He didn't choose a male descendant of the family. On one hand, no male descendant had the courage to charge with him. On the other hand, he understood that if a male descendant escaped, Chairman Gould would absolutely not allow it. Every meter that Mickey, a 5th-rank knight, approached Chairman Gould, the blood on his body became thicker. No matter how much the berserk bloodline power of a 5th rank erupted, it was still a 5th rank bloodline power. Chairman Gould's legendary bloodline power gathered on the 5th rank light longsword in his hand. The legendary bloodline power of the light longsword of the 5th rank easily broke through the bloodline power of the 5th rank Holy Knight of Mickey's 5th rank, but the sudden burst of quantity was still defeated by the superior quality of the sword. The legendary bloodline power entered the body of the 5th rank knight, destroying the vitality in his body. This is the power of the legendary rank. A trace of satisfaction appeared on the face of the 5th rank knight, and a trace of helplessness. He finally said softly, "Thank you." The lifeless body of the 5th rank knight fell from the sky, and the energy doppelganger in the distance also disappeared. Let her go, leave some bloodline for the direct descendants of the Morse family, Chairman Gould said to the lords on the side. No lords objected. Although they were not Lord Arthur, they were not as decisive as Lord Arthur. Of course, Lord Arthur generally wouldn't kill these weaklings with his own hands. Instead, he would choose to let a doppelganger act on its own. David only learned about the destruction of the Morse family after receiving the news from Chairman Gould. It had to be said that Chairman Gould knew him very well. He also expressed his gratitude to Chairman Gould, which really saved him time. It must be known that David was now in danger even if he left Gammy. If the Shrines of War predicted his whereabouts, they would inevitably set up another trap. The Shrines of War were not in the mood to think about capturing Lord Arthur. The Shrines of War were scheming against each other. Although once they took over the position of Archbishop, they would have to take on the task of capturing Lord Arthur, the temptation of the position of Archbishop was still too great. The 4 bishops and their respective supporting forces began to exert all kinds of force. Roping in, alliance, division, bribery, and other methods were all used in a short period of time. In the following period of time, the Shrines of War had no spare time to deal with David. At least, before a new archbishop was elected, no one would target David. In the space fragment that was shared by the 5 shrines, the spiritual doppelganger of the 4 archbishops of the 4 shrines hovered in the air. Archbishop Guy died, but he even lost the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card. Archbishop Adele said angrily. It must be known that the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, had always been the final trump card of the 5 shrines. It was the reason why they had the confidence to suppress Knight. With the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, no matter how much trouble the nobles caused, the shrines could clean it up at any time. But they did not expect that Archbishop Guy would die and lose the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card. The most speechless thing is that Lord Arthur did not have the slightest bit of greed when he got the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card. He gave the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, to Speaker Gould. Even if we wanted to ask for it, we couldn't, Archbishop Barney said with a bitter smile. Archbishop Barney and Speaker Gould had a very close relationship, but this was not the reason why he couldn't ask for it. At present, all the nobles thought that the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, was made by the god of war to suppress Knight. They did not suspect the other 4 shrines. If the 4 archbishops stood up for it, they would become the common enemy of the Knight. By then, not only would the Shrines of War be affected, but they would also be greatly affected. By then, the great world of God would most likely be in the most chaotic situation in the past 10,000 years. This was not something the 4 shrines wanted to see. Even if they came up with a way to take back the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, in the future, the 4 shrines would not forcibly take back the divine artifact, Knight's Restriction card, now. Annabella and Speaker Gould have both become legendary. How do you think we should deal with this? Archbishop Aria asked, changing the topic. The sudden appearance of 2 legendary powerhouses caught the 4 shrines off guard. Before this, there were no signs at all, and Annabella had become legendary, followed by Speaker Gould. Both of them were famous knights in the great world of God. Legend Annabella was easier to deal with, as she could be arrested and dealt with in the name of the Shrines of War. However, it was difficult to deal with Speaker Gould. The Speaker of the Supreme Council had the greatest power in the great world of God. Even the 4 shrines had to be careful when dealing with Speaker Gould, for they did not want to cause conflict with the nobles. The shrines of war had a precedent. If they did not handle the relationship with the nobles well, they would be on the opposite side of the nobles. Archbishop Barney, talk to Speaker Gould and give him some benefits to step down and reduce the number of times he appears in public. What do you think, everyone? Archbishop Ambrose first said to Archbishop Barney, and then asked for the opinions of the other archbishops. That was already the best plan that Archbishop Ambrose thought. If it weren't for Speaker Gould, he would have proposed to get rid of Speaker Gould secretly. Speaker Gould, who has the artifact, Knight's Restriction Card, is already qualified to negotiate with us, Archbishop Barney reminded in a deep voice. Archbishop Ambrose could not help but be speechless. He was very clear about the effect of the artifact, Knight's Restriction Card. With the artifact, Knight's Restriction Card, in Speaker Gould's hands, the combat power of the Knight of the 4 Shrines would not be able to be used. Archbishop Aria looked at Archbishop Barney and said, "Let's talk to Speaker Gould first and see what his attitude is." Archbishop Barney did not want to intervene at all, but he was indeed the one who had the best relationship with Speaker Gould. When the discussion came to an end, Archbishop Adele's spirit avatar suddenly tensed up. Archbishop Adele waved her hand and said, "Everyone, let's hold off on the discussion with Speaker Gould first." Archbishop Zhu Yian could not help but ask, "Do you have a better idea?" Archbishop Adele said in a deep voice, "According to the latest information, Lord Ludwig and Lord Darrell have advanced to the legend rank one after another." "How is that possible?" the 3 archbishops exclaimed almost in unison. In their opinion, Legend Annabella and Speaker Gould were special cases. They had never thought that the rest of the level 5 Temple Knight would also advance to the legend rank. Archbishop Ambrose was the first to react and said, "It's Lord Arthur's Fey Red Wine." Speaker Gould drank a glass of the Fey Red Wine, making Lord Arthur's Fey Red Wine completely famous in the great world of God. Archbishop Ambrose was not surprised by the Fey Red Wine's effect at all because he had consumed Fey fruits before. Fey fruits themselves had extremely powerful effects and were the best cultivation resources. Archbishop Ambrose felt a sense of powerlessness whenever he thought of using Fey fruits to brew red wine. The 5 great shrines that ruled the great world of God could not use Fey fruits to brew wine. This kind of extravagant behavior was outrageous. In order to reduce the consumption of Fey fruits, the 5 great shrines would carefully control the consumption of Fey fruits and set various preconditions for receiving Fey fruit. Even so, the Fey fruits produced each time were far from enough. Archbishop Barney took the initiative to say, "I will meet Lord Arthur and inquire about the Fey Red Wine. After understanding the details, we will discuss the Fey Red Wine." Whether it was Speaker Gould or Lord Arthur, they were all secular forces related to the great world of earth shrines. When the meeting was about to end, the 4 archbishops suddenly realized that the shrines also had great scruples and could not act casually. Chapter 11:21. In the small, gloomy world filled with white bones, the god of death looked at the information from the main world. The information was given by the god of death's few believers in the great world of God. Seems like it's time to awaken all the sleeping gods. Now is the time when the 5 shrines are at their weakest. If we miss this opportunity, it will be very difficult to get another one. The god of death murmured. The god of death knew that the source of all this was Lord Arthur. It was him who had repeatedly ruined his plans and forced him to wake up in advance. The god of death originally wanted to create chaos in the great world of God. For this, he did not hesitate to detonate the backup plan that many evil gods had created in advance, creating a space rift that connected the Zerg world and the great world of God. However, the space portal that connected the great world of God and the Zerg world, did not achieve the results that the god of death wanted. Instead, it united the great world of God and made its relationship with the Interstellar Federation more harmonious. The god of death would never have thought that the Shrines of War would take the initiative to do what he could not do with all his efforts. The failure of the Shrines of War to attack Gammy ignited the long-simmering conflict between the Shrines and the nobles for the first time. The Shrines of War attacked a top noble lord without any reason, which made all the nobles feel uneasy. After that, the Shrines of War set up a trap to lure Lord Arthur, causing the fall of Shrines of War. This further intensified the conflict between the nobles and the Shrines of War. During this period, Legend Annabelle betrayed the Shrines of War. Legend Annabelle and Chairman Gould advanced to the Legendary Realm one after another, which to some extent affected the reputation of the Shrines of War. In particular, Lord Arthur gave the Knights Restriction Card to the Supreme Council, which gave the Supreme Council the confidence to negotiate with the Shrines of War. Finally, there was the continuous advancement of Night to the Legendary Realm, which caused the current situation in the great world of God to be chaotic. Death knew very well that he alone would not be able to threaten the 5 gods. Even if all 12 gods were to awaken, they would still not be able to defeat the 5 gods. But the Grim Reaper knew better that they could not sleep any longer. Perhaps this slumber would become eternal sleep. Of course, it was not easy to awaken a god. Death also needed some time to prepare. He could not leave the small world, and there was very little help from the main world. This made his movements extremely slow. David received information from the Supreme Council, and learned that Lord Ludwig and Lord Darrell had advanced to the legendary level. He also learned that many other lords were preparing to advance to the legendary level soon. Because the Shrines of War were competing for the position of Archbishop, they did not have the time to care about the Knight's promotion to Legendary. However, David did not expect that the other 4 shrines did not have any reaction either. They seemed to have acquiesced to the emergence of the Legendary level. In fact, the 4 shrines could not be blamed. The continuous advancement of Night to the Legendary level had disrupted the plan of the 5 shrines to suppress the Legendary level Night. Moreover, because the artifact, Knight's Restriction Card, had fallen into the hands of the Supreme Council, the strength of the Supreme Council had increased greatly. The shrines were caught off guard for a while. At this time, suppressing the Legendary level Knight was likely to be regarded as a matter of the artifact, Knight's Restriction Card. This would turn the original individual conflict into a conflict with the entire aristocratic class. Seeing that the shrines seemed to have acquiesced to the existence of the Legendary level Knight, David also recalled all his Knight shrines back to Kami Star. Previously, he did not recall the 13 Knight shrines back to Kami Star because he had expected the worst. In case he could not gain a foothold in the great world of God because of the Shrines of War, the 13 Knight shrines still had considerable power in the great world of God. Hence, it would be convenient for him to do some things and protect some people. Now, things were different. Chairman Gould was forming an alliance to fight against the shrines. He had also attacked the Shrines of War many times. In a short period of time, it would be difficult for the Shrines of War to do anything. Speaking of the 13 Knight shrines, they had to admit that they had yet to receive their rewards in the war because of David. Of course, David did not have to worry about this. Chairman Gould was ready to skip the shrines and give the 13 Knight shrines the rewards they deserved in the name of the Supreme Council. Legend Annabelle had truly witnessed the strength of Kami Star. The 14 Knight shrines gathered together, especially the 13 knights who had displayed terrifying swordsmanship in the war. Regardless of the realm of bloodline power, the 13 Knight shrines could definitely crush 99% of the other knight. My lord, do they all practice the perfect version of the knight cultivation method? Legend Annabelle could feel the familiar strength of the bloodline power in all the knight shrines and could not help but ask softly. The bloodline power cultivated by the perfect version of the night cultivation method was more powerful than the bloodline power cultivated by the various top night cultivation methods. Legend Annabelle, who also practiced the perfect version of the night cultivation method, could feel it especially clearly. Yes, this time I summon them back to let them all advance to the legendary level. It's also considered as supporting Chairman Gould's plan. David replied with a smile. Legend Annabelle knew about Chairman Gould's plan. As long as the legendary level was no longer a special case among the knights, the shrines would no longer be able to suppress them. In the war against the Zerg world, the 13 knights were almost obedient to Chairman Gould. If these knights all advanced to the legendary level, Chairman Gould's influence would also be greater. But most of them are still a distance away from the pinnacle of rank 5. I'm afraid they won't be able to advance without a few years of training, Legend Annabelle said in confusion. Legend Annabelle made this judgment. If it was an ordinary temple knight, it would probably take 10 times longer with the perfect version of the night cultivation method and sufficient training resources. That's easy. I've prepared these for them, David said with a smile as he took out the prepared red wine from his portal pendant. Because it was for his own people, David did not use containers that could increase the status of the red wine. Instead, he used ordinary wooden barrels that could hold 100 pounds each. David first gave a barrel to each of the 14 temple knights, and after thinking for a bit, he took out another barrel and gave it to Legend Annabelle. You can use this barrel for your own training. Don't save it for me, David said generously with a wave of his hand. Legend Annabelle caught the barrel in a daze. 100 pounds should be very light for a legendary like her, but it felt as heavy as 10,000 pounds in her hands. Coming from the war shrines, Legend Annabelle understood the preciousness of the spirit fruit. Legend Annabelle seriously suspected that Lord Arthur had obtained a dimension fragment full of spirit fruit trees. Otherwise, how could he be so extravagant as to take out so much red wine at once? Think about it, those lords would be extremely satisfied if they could get a glass of red wine, but Legend Annabelle had 100 pounds in her hands. It was no wonder that Lord Arthur was confident that the 14 temple knights could all advance to the legendary level in a short time. With the perfect version of the night cultivation method as a foundation and an unlimited supply of red wine as resources, even a fool could advance to the legendary level. Legend Annabelle looked at the spectacular scene in front of her. The 14 temple knights hovered above the ground. They were not afraid of wasting the wine, so they directly broke open the barrel and let the red wine flow into their mouths. The perfect version of the night cultivation method was activated. In just 5 minutes, 4 temple knights had entered the state of advancement, including Lord Harlow. Legend Annabelle stood aside and gently took a breath of the air. The air was so rich that it was almost saturated with the energy of the red wine. She could not help but sigh at the luxury of this cultivation method. Of course, no matter how extravagant the red wine was, it was still possible for the great world of God to make it. At most, it would accumulate for a few years. With the foundation of the 5 shrines, 1,000 years of accumulation was enough to brew a single red wine. In terms of quantity, it might only be a few bottles, but as long as one wanted to accumulate, they could accumulate 100 pounds of red wine over a long period of time. However, Lord Arthur used another kind of resource, which was not something the great world of God could provide. Normally, a temple knight's advancement to the legendary rank would require a large amount of resources to ensure the success rate. The more resources there were, the higher the success rate. However, Lord Arthur used the undying life force to replace the resources that needed to be prepared, and the success rate was 100%. Legend Annabelle no longer thought about the preciousness of the red wine. She was very satisfied with her current life. Every meal, she could eat the great world of God's best food, drink the red wine, and cultivate the most perfect cultivation method in the night theory. This kind of life was beautiful enough. It was a beauty that she had never dreamed of. The 4 temple knights stood up. They had successfully advanced to the legendary rank, but there was no joy on their faces. It was as if this was an extremely normal thing. Legend Annabel thought that Lord Arthur had already communicated with these knights, which was why they were so calm after advancing to the legendary rank. In fact, these knights were all David's clones. When David was not controlling them, they would act according to a kind of conscious reaction and lacked a lot of emotions that an individual life form should have. In the following time, the weaker knights also advanced by leaps and bounds, and they quickly reached the peak of the 5th-tier Knight Temple. It had to be said that the red wine was tyrannical, especially for the 5th-tier Knight Temple. Every mouthful of red wine could shorten the cultivation time by more than half a year. 100 pounds of red wine could increase the cultivation speed of these 5th-tier Knight Temples night by years. David did not have to worry about the Knight's realm being unstable. In any case, he had the bloodline power purification innate ability. At most, his main body would purify the bloodline power of all the Knight. The bloodline power purification innate ability could purify the bloodline power and guide it into the body of any Knight. It was precisely because of the innate ability of bloodline force purification that David didn't care about anything else and allowed his Temple Knight clones to quickly grow stronger. Of course, during the cultivation process, David also realized that he was worrying too much. With the Grandmaster, perfect Knight cultivation method, and the energy provided by the red wine, the bloodline power cultivated did not affect the quality of the bloodline power because of the short time. Being a Knight of the Loose family is really too comfortable. Legend Annabel sighed for the umpteenth time. In less than half a day, the 14 Knights of the Loose family had all become legendary knights like Legend Annabel, who was now a legend rank teleportation knight. Legend Annabel had to pay the price of betraying the Shrines of War and being hunted down by the Shrines of War. But what about these knights? Just because they were Knights of the Loose family, they could enjoy the best cultivation conditions. They did not even have to worry about advancing to the legendary rank. Under the care of Lord Arthur, they advanced to the legendary rank in an extremely extravagant way. David smiled and said, "By the way, Legend Annabel, I see that you have a lot of combat experience, but your swordsmanship is still lacking. I'll give you a copy of the memory of the swordsmanship innate ability. How much you can understand will depend on yourself. Just treat it as a benefit for the Loose family." The 14 legendary knights here had all mastered the swordsmanship innate ability. Since they were all Knights of the Loose family, David did not intend to tell Legend Annabel that these legendary knights were his own clones. As for whether Legend Annabel could master the swordsmanship innate ability after obtaining the knowledge, it would depend on her own aptitude. Legend Annabel said with some excitement, "So they can use the same swordsmanship as you. That's how it came about." There was no knight who was not fascinated by the swordsmanship. The sword was a knight's lifelong companion and most trusted friend. However, improving the swordsmanship was just too difficult. It was not only about practice and inheritance, but also talent. Without the corresponding talent, no matter how much one practiced the swordsmanship, one would stop at a certain bottleneck. Legend Annabel's swordsmanship was not weak. This was due to the memory of the God of War, but the God of War's strongest weapon was the axe, not the sword. Plus, when the God of War descended on Legend Annabel's body, the swordsmanship was not complete. Legend Annabel could indeed gain some benefits, but she could not improve the swordsmanship to the swordsmanship level. Right now, it was only at the early stage of the Grandmaster swordsmanship level. David made a copy of the swordsmanship innate ability in his memory and threw it to Legend Annabel. Legend Annabel, who had experienced it before, quickly wrapped the ball with her spirit. Instantly, a large amount of memories poured in. These memories were actually the knowledge of many Grandmaster swordsmanship, including the Grandmaster swordsmanship of the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God. David had also integrated this knowledge into the swordsmanship innate ability that was similar to the swordsmanship rule. Chapter 11:22. Legend Annabel stood there in a daze. Her mind was completely attracted by the vast knowledge of swordsmanship. She was different from the other legendary knight clones. A legendary knight's clone did not need to re-understand the knowledge of swordsmanship. As long as David's mind entered, he could use the knowledge to recondense the swordsmanship pattern in the soul space. Legend Annabel had to understand it bit by bit. She had to walk the path that David had walked, and upgrade her swordsmanship from a grandmaster to a swordsmanship talent ability. It seemed like a simple step, but in the entire history of the great world of God, only a few knights had achieved it. David did not disturb Legend Annabel. He had done his best to help her. The rest was up to Legend Annabel. He took the Lord-level communication circle and sent a contact request to President Gould. "Lord Arthur, I happen to have something to talk to you about." President Gould did not ask why David wanted to contact him. Instead, he took the initiative to speak. "What's the good news?" This aroused David's curiosity. "It is indeed good news. I was worried about Lord Harlow's territory. Without the help of the shrines, it would not be easy to find a satisfactory planet." President Gould said with a smile. Many planets were only suitable for human habitation after being modified. The technology to modify a planet was only in the hands of the shrines. The shrines' priests used divine spells to modify a planet according to its environment. It could take years, centuries, or even thousands of years to successfully modify a planet. Modifying a planet was also an important job for the shrines. Every planet suitable for human habitation was equivalent to adding a pasture for the gods to graze more believers. The Supreme Council did not approve of the shrines. If they wanted to arrange a territory for Lord Harlow, they would have to find an unowned planet. However, unowned planets were almost always due to a lack of resources or other bad reasons. If it had been anyone else, it would have been fine. However, Lord Harlow was not only Lord Arthur's subordinate, but he had also saved Chairman Gould many times during the war and made great contributions. If Lord Gould were to use a planet of inferior quality as his territory, not only would it be difficult to explain to Lord Arthur, but Lord Gould himself would also feel uncomfortable. "Did you find a good planet? Then I'll have to thank you on behalf of Lord Harlow." David replied with a smile. "Of course. Not only have we found a good territory planet, but we've also found the most suitable noble coat of arms for Lord Harlow." Chairman Gould seemed to be deliberately spreading the news, but he did not reveal the details. "All right, come back and take a few bottles of red wine. Tell me what's going on." David said snappily. "Haha, then I'm ashamed to accept it." Although Speaker Gould said so, he did not intend to be polite at all. What was a bottle of red wine? A bottle of red wine with the Dawn cultivation method was equivalent to a legendary knight. If it was not used to advance to the legendary stage, it would be even easier to use the red wine to cultivate more level 5 temple knights. Although the main family had always been known as the #1 noble family in the great world of God, the main family's shortcomings were also obvious. The main family, which lacked a level 5 temple knight, was supported by Chairman Gould alone. Now that they had the red wine, it would not be a problem to add at least a few level 5 temple knights to the main family. Of course, this was too extravagant, but Chairman Gould was prepared to do so. Anyway, judging from the current situation, Lord Arthur would not have too little red wine. Otherwise, he would not have been so generous. Due to the disappearance of all the direct descendants of the Morse family, a level 4 Sky Knight from the side branch has taken over. I have discussed with that Sky Knight, and he is prepared to rely on Lord Harlow and hand over everything of the Morse family to Lord Harlow, including the Morse star and everything on it, as well as the black dragon coat of arms of the Morse family. It just so happens that Lord Harlow also has the bloodline of the black dragon, so the black dragon coat of arms is just right for Lord Harlow. Chairman Gould said proudly. Even though Dorothea had escaped, no one would believe her even if she told others that the Morse family was annihilated by Speaker Gould and the 14 other nobles, not to mention that she wouldn't dare to show her face again. Naturally, Lord Arthur would be the scapegoat for the Morse family's annihilation. In any case, he had a bad reputation, so there was no harm in adding one more. Moreover, the Morse family was not a top-notch aristocrat, and they had betrayed Lord Arthur. It was normal for them to be retaliated against. On the contrary, the aristocrats felt that Lord Arthur's methods seemed to be much gentler. He did not wipe out the entire Morse star and the Morse family. Instead, he only cleaned up the direct descendants of the Morse family. This was the difference. If any other aristocrat had done such a thing, they would have been criticized by the aristocrats. However, Lord Arthur had done such a thing, and it was natural for him to do so. One reason for this was because Lord Arthur was known as the invincible knight of a deity major world. He had an unparalleled reputation, and the other reason was that Lord Arthur's rise to prominence was due to him repeatedly battling against those at a higher level than him. Although Lord Arthur would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, he had never taken the initiative to provoke any faction. As long as they did not attack him, he would not provoke others. Hence, even though Lord Arthur's revenge was very crazy, he was not criticized too much by the aristocrat. It was precisely because the Supreme Council said that Lord Arthur had killed the direct descendants of the Morse family that the forces that had been eyeing the Morse family covetously had no choice but to observe carefully and not act rashly. At this moment, Chairman Gould took action. He first made a Sky Knight of the Morse family, who was easy to control, become the head of the family, and let him take over everything of the Morse family. After coming up with a plan, he was ready to report the good news to David. Morse star. There won't be any trouble, right? David was a little surprised by Chairman Gould's generosity. No matter how weak the Morse family was, their businesses were still the best among the top aristocrat. What's so difficult about it? Which lord of the Supreme Council isn't thinking about your red wine? They all hope to get a portion of red wine when they reach the peak of level 5. At this time, who would object to a proposal related to you? Chairman Gould explained smilingly. All the current legendary rank promotions were related to Lord Arthur's red wine. This gave all the knights a feeling that if they wanted to advance to the legendary rank, they had to have a portion of red wine. Otherwise, why had no knight advanced to the legendary rank in the past thousands of years? Only knights who drank the red wine could advance to the legendary rank. After Overlord Ludwig and Overlord Darrell had promoted one after another, and the news that they had also promoted after drinking the Fey red wine spread, it became even more rampant. Compared with the possibility of advancing to the legendary rank, the Morse family's businesses were not worth mentioning. After all, even if the Morse family's businesses were not given to Lord Harlow, they would not fall into their hands. Thus, it was better to let Lord Arthur owe them a favor. Perhaps Lord Arthur could not remember which lord supported the proposal to give the Morse family's businesses to Lord Harlow, but if there were any lords who did not agree, Lord Arthur would definitely remember them. With this mentality, even if there were lords who wanted to spy on the Morse family's businesses, they would not be able to express it. In the future, when the Dawn Alliance increases members, I will personally give each member a portion of red wine. David promised with a smile. Then I thank you on behalf of the members of the Dawn Alliance. Speaker Gould said with a laugh. He thought of something and asked, "Why are you looking for me this time?" "Nothing much. I just want to inform you that all my subordinate knight have advanced to the legendary rank. You can use them at any time when you need them." David replied with a smile. On the other side, Speaker Gould's mouth twitched. As far as he knew, Lord Arthur had 14 Temple Knight subordinates. 13 of them were known to the world, and the other one stayed in Gammy Star. Speaker Gould had met the Anong Temple Knight, who was the 14th Temple Knight, on Gammy Star. He did not expect that all 14 Temple Knight would have advanced in such a short time. Lord Arthur, the impact of announcing the 14 Temple Knights' advancement to the legendary rank is too great. It is likely to make the shrines feel something. Why don't we announce one every once in a while? This way we can continue to increase the impact and avoid the shrine's overreaction. Speaker Gould said after thinking for a while. I will only leave Legend Anong here. The rest of the Legend Knight will be assigned to your side. You will arrange everything. They will listen to your orders. David thought the same and nodded. Speaker Gould could tell that Lord Arthur trusted him. He also understood that when Lord Arthur said they would listen to his orders, they would listen to him completely. Speaker Gould could see this from the previous war against the insectide. Even if his orders were dangerous, the knight would carry them out 100%. Let Lord Harlow take over the planet first. I will send the steward to help run the business. Speaker Gould said with a smile. Speaker Gould and David did not say any words of thanks. The interests of both sides had long been entangled. One's glory, one's loss, the other's loss. The 13 Legend Knight returned to Gammy Star for less than a day and left again. This was also David's intention. These Legend Knight could not stay here for long. As long as they did not stay in Gammy Star, the shrines would not implicate them. After sending off the 13 Legend Knight, David turned his attention back to Legend Annabelle. At this time, Legend Annabelle was waving the long sword in her hand. With David's attainment in swordsmanship, he could naturally see that Legend Annabelle's sword was constantly breaking through herself. What a good talent! David sighed softly at Legend Annabelle's talent. Everyone was envious of David's talent. In just a few years, he went from a trainee knight to a level 5 knight. He was the invincible knight of the great world of God, recognized as the strongest person. Only David himself knew that his so-called talent was given to him by the shadow attendant. Even the swordsmanship talent that David learned on his own was based on the accumulation of knowledge from many swordsmanship grandmasters. David thought that he was a fake genius. Everything was due to his luck. Legend Annabelle in front of him was a true genius. She only relied on the knowledge of the swordsmanship talent to get closer and closer to the swordsmanship talent. In fact, David was underestimating himself too much. Although most of his innate abilities came from the shadow servants, he had also obtained them through dangerous battles. Legend Annabelle had gone through many gods' descents and had the battle memories of the god of war. She was not just a knight who relied on her own abilities. SSSS. David, who was standing aside, sensed a sense of danger. He revealed a smile on his face. Legend Annabelle slowly came back to her senses and said with surprise in her eyes, "There's a swordsmanship pattern in my soul space." Legend Annabelle was very clear that the pattern in the soul space was a talent. She didn't think that she would get the swordsmanship talent so easily. This was the strongest swordsmanship in the great world of God since ancient times. David said with a smile, "You have the ability to protect yourself." Legend Annabelle put away her excitement and bowed, "Thank you for the gift, Sir Leader." Legend Annabelle thought of something, and her excitement from getting the swordsmanship talent disappeared in an instant. Among Lord Arthur's 14 legendary knights, except for Knight Anton, the other 13 legendary knights had all used the swordsmanship talent in battle. In other words, the swordsmanship talent could only be regarded as the basic talent of a knight in the Luce family. Legend Annabelle was the last knight in the family to get this talent, so she had nothing to be proud of. David said, "The shrines of war won't do anything in the near future. The safety of planet Gammy will be handed over to you and Knight Anton. I'll go into seclusion for a while. If anything happens, I'll come back. He was going to use this relatively free time to go to the bug world to help mine the space stone mine and speed up the absorption of the space stone. The thing that worried David the most was his scent leaking in the bug world. With the help of the Stalker's crown, he was confident that he could move around freely in the bug world. On some remote planets in the great world of God, strange things were happening. It was just that the most active shrines of war didn't have time to pay attention to these things, so no one paid attention to what was happening on these remote planets. On these planets there were people who died of diseases, and then diseases began to spread on these planets. Soon, more and more people died of diseases. If a priest went to check, they would find that there were faint red clouds floating in the sky where a large number of people died. Chapter 11:23. Dorothea sat there in a daze. She was in a safe house on the Morse star. This safe house was a sanctuary that only the direct descendants of the Morse family knew about. When the Morse family was at its peak, they had never stopped maintaining the safe house. There was enough food and water for 10 people to survive there for 10 years. Dorothea did not touch the food. She had received a report about the attack on the Morse family. Although the Morse family had fallen from being a top aristocrat and their main castle had been attacked, there was still an intelligence organization in the Morse family's intelligence network that did not rely on the Morse family. These were the means of a family that had thousands of years of history. They could still maintain the flow of information during the most critical times. Dorothea was now receiving information from such an intelligence organization through the communication array. However, she also knew that this intelligence organization would not be able to operate for long after they lost their funding. Lord Alfred of the Morse family helped the War Shrines set up a trap to deal with Lord Arthur, and a powerhouse attacked the Morse Star Lord's castle. At that time, the direct descendants of the Morse family were holding a meeting, and the attack caused the deaths of all of them. The Supreme Council decided that Baron Hornby of the Morse family would take over everything of the Morse family. Baron Hornby said that he would pledge allegiance to Lord Harlow, and that everything of the Morse family, including the noble coat of arms, would belong to Lord Harlow. According to the news from the Supreme Council, the powerhouse who attacked the Morse Star Lord's castle is very likely to be Lord Arthur. Dorothea looked at the information and was extremely angry. She knew who attacked the Morse family, but she could not say anything. Even if she stood up and identified Chairman Gould and the 14 lords, no one would believe her, and even she would be hunted down. Dorothea was even more upset because everything of the Morse family was going to change owners in a few days. The thousands of years of hard work of the Morse family had gone up in smoke. Looking at the safe house that she was in, Dorothea had never thought that she would use a safe house one day. This time, under the protection of Mickey, a level 5 knight of the sanctuary, she was able to survive because she was a woman. However, the planet-level teleportation portal of the Morse star was occupied by the Supreme Council, and Dorothea could not leave the Morse star at all. Of course, given Dorothea's current situation, even if she left Morse star, it was unknown where she would go. There were still many family secrets on the Morse star, especially the 5 Knight Templars of the Morse family. This was the main reason why Dorothea had stayed behind. In Dorothea's mind, no matter who would take over Morse star, it would be a noble who had the closest relationship with Chairman Gould. Although she could not deal with President Gould, using the 5 Knights of the Death Pass to take revenge on the nobles who came to take over Morse star was not a problem. This was the only revenge she could take. Dorothea stayed in the safe house for 3 days before she left. Today was the day Lord Harlow came to take over Morse star. She would give the enemies who invaded Morse star a fatal blow. Dorothea changed into an ordinary dress and did not dress up like a noble lady. She was a level 4 Sky Knight. Although she had just been promoted and didn't even have a flying mount, she was still fast enough. Just her running speed alone was much faster than that of a normal horse. When she approached the original Morse castle, Dorothea saw a large crowd gathering. Many of these people had served the Morse family on the Morse star for many generations. At this time, they were cheering to welcome their new master. This made Dorothea's eyes turn sharp. She felt that the whole world had betrayed the Morse family. This was also related to Dorothea's vision. She would not have thought that these ordinary people would have to find a new umbrella to survive after losing the protection of the Morse family. And this umbrella was not for these ordinary people to choose. They could only accept it passively. Dorothea had lost her noble status, but the hidden wealth of the Morse family might not be enough to give her the opportunity to become a level 5 Templar's Knight, but it would not be a problem for her to live a worry-free life. David's main body was busy in the insectoid world, but he still sent a trace of his consciousness to Lord Harlow's avatar. This time, Lord Harlow's avatar took over everything in the Morse family, and he did not have to worry about it. Everything was handled by Chairman Gould, and all he needed to do was come over to calm the people. Lord Harlow's avatar came alone. Although he had obtained this title long ago, because he had been participating in the war with the insectoids, Lord Harlow's avatar not only did not have a territory, but he also did not have any subordinate. Lord Harlow was probably the poorest lord in the entire great world of God, but no one dared to question his status as a lord. His achievements were enough to make people look up to him. Lord Harlow, dressed in noble attire, appeared from the planet-level teleportation gate, and Baron Hornby immediately trotted over to greet him. Baron Hornby was a middle-aged man. His strength had barely reached the level of an Earth Knight, but he was lucky. When he was young, he had the opportunity to go to the warring planet. He had made great contributions there, and obtained the title of Baron. That was also the highlight of Baron Hornby's time. In the days after that, his strength did not increase. As a member of the Morse family, because he was not a direct descendant, he received very few cultivation resources and had to do many things. In the end, Baron Hornby gave up on his cultivation as a knight and managed a part of the family's business. Baron Hornby was a smart man. He knew very well that although he had inherited the Morse family on the surface, Chairman Gould's butler had actually come to him to discuss the future with him. Baron Hornby knew that even if he really did obtain all of the Morse family's businesses, he did not have the ability to protect them. Instead, it was most likely that he would lose his life because of these businesses. This was not an exaggeration at all. Just look at the nobles who had been eyeing the Morse family's businesses covetously. Fortunately, news had spread that Lord Arthur had attacked the Morse family's main castle. Before they received concrete information about Lord Arthur, no one would dare to rashly make a move. Lord Arthur's prestige was extremely terrifying in the great world of God, especially the conflict between Lord Arthur and the War Shrines. After the War Shrines had suffered a great loss, the nobles were even more in awe of Lord Arthur. More importantly, Baron Hornby had learned from Chairman Gould's butler that relying on Lord Harlow was equivalent to relying on Lord Arthur. The first person Baron Hornby thought of was not himself but his children. Now, Lord Arthur was most famous not for his terrifying strength that had caused the War Shrines to suffer a great loss, nor for his title of Invincible Knight, as the #1 knight in the great world of God. Instead, it was Lord Arthur's fey red wine that had nurtured many legendary knights. Baron Hornby did not want his children to have such high achievements, but even a little of Lord Arthur's wine was enough to make his children a Sky Knight or even a level 5 Temple Knight. Of course, the most important thing was that Lord Harlow also had the bloodline of the Black Dragon. This was the reason why all of the Morse family's branches were willing to rely on him. With the same bloodline, Baron Hornby did not feel that he was betraying his family. Instead, he felt that he was doing the right thing to let the Morse family rise again. Baron Hornby bowed to Lord Harlow and said, "Great Lord Harlow, some of them are former branches of the Morse family, and some are stewards of various places on the Morse star. They have all come here to welcome you." David controlled Lord Harlow's doppelganger to look at everyone present. His perception of hostility was very accurate. He discovered that there were very few people here who still had hostility towards him. He knew that it would take a long time for these people to not have any hostility. David comforted them through Lord Harlow's clone. "The Black Dragon coat of arms will be hung on the castle again. The Black Dragon coat of arms will protect you. Everything will be the same as before. As long as you work hard, I will not change the stewards' jobs." His words lifted everyone's spirit. Their previous worries and helplessness were all dispelled by his words. The stewards here were all professionals trained by the Morse family. If they left, it would be very difficult for them to find a corresponding job. A job that served the top nobles could protect themselves and their families and allow them to live a stable life. They would also be respected in status. The other members of the Morse family relaxed when they heard the Black Dragon coat of arms. They knew that Lord Harlow had pointed out that they had the same Black Dragon bloodline. The only one who was not touched at all was Dorothea. As a direct descendant of the Morse family, any non-family member who took over the Morse family was an enemy. However, because Dorothea was standing a little far away, and there were many people present, many of them were hostile, so David did not pay attention to her. Dorothea moved closer to the stone platform beside the main castle. There were many stone platforms like this near the main castle. It seemed that there was nothing to pay attention to. Lord Harlow was led by Baron Hornby to the main castle. He saw that there were obvious traces of repair on the main castle. "Great Lord Harlow, the main castle has been damaged. Although it has been repaired urgently, it will take a long time for the alchemy pattern to be repaired," Baron Hornby hurriedly explained softly. David looked at the marks on the main castle. He could imagine how powerful the attack was. Lord Harlow nodded and said, "I will ask the alchemists of the Supreme Council to help repair it." He had come this time to take over everything of the Morse family. The industries outside the Morse star were simple. The Supreme Council had given the word, and with the support of Chairman Gould and the other lords, no one dared to make things difficult for these industries. However, if he wanted to take over the Morse star completely, he had to appease the original people on the planet. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to manage the Morse star again. Just as Lord Harlow walked to the main gate of the main castle, he stopped in his track. "Great Lord Harlow, what's wrong?" Baron Hornby saw that Lord Harlow had stopped, and hurriedly stopped and bowed. David looked at Baron Hornby, and did not notice the change in Baron Hornby's expression. He knew that Baron Hornby probably did not know about this matter. Indeed, Baron Hornby had already completed the procedures to hand over everything of the Morse family to the Supreme Council. At this moment, Baron Hornby's future glory and disgrace were bound to Lord Harlow. What did Baron Hornby want to do to Lord Harlow? Logically speaking, it didn't make sense. In particular, if Baron Hornby could kill Lord Harlow, would he still have the ability to go against Chairman Gould and the entire Supreme Council, let alone Lord Arthur behind Lord Harlow? Lord Harlow waved his hand and said, "There's a small problem. Retreat behind me and I'll deal with it." Baron Hornby was shocked, and hurriedly stood behind Lord Harlow. Recently, he had been waiting for Lord Harlow's arrival. He would only be truly safe when Lord Harlow stabilized the Morse star. Before that, he had to be careful of everyone around him at all times for fear of being assassinated. No matter what, Baron Hornby was the one who had given the Morse families thousands of years of hard work to someone else. Dorothea, who was beside the stone platform, was smearing her blood on a hidden pattern on the stone platform. Her calculations were just right. The gate of the main castle was in the center of the 5 sanctuary nights. Dorothea's blood activated 5 hidden arrays, and with the gate of the main castle as the center, the ground in 5 directions popped up. Then, 5 figures wearing level, 5 knight armor and wielding level, 5 light swords appeared. Due to the fact that they had been forcefully awakened from the death pass, the 5 level, 5 sanctuary knights were not very confused. Of course, that was mainly because the level 5 sanctuary knights had lost almost all their emotions and intelligence. The only thing left was killing. The gazes of the 5 level 5 sanctuary knights were focused on Lord Harlow. Although there were many auras here, the rest were either ordinary people or members of the Morse family. Although they were members of a branch family, the blood of the Morse family still flowed in their veins. They would not be targeted by the level 5 sanctuary knights. The only exception was Lord Harlow. 5 auras filled with tyrannical auras gathered on him. Although the tyrannical aura wasn't directed at Baron Hornby, it still made him feel the aura of death. "My lord, you must leave quickly. This is the family's death pass night." Baron Hornby did not know where the courage came from. He shouted loudly and even wanted to stand in front of Lord Harlow. Baron Hornby did not care about his own life. He just wanted to give his child a better chance. As long as Lord Harlow could survive this time, his sacrifice would be worth it. Besides, if something happened to Lord Harlow, Baron Hornby would not be able to escape responsibility. Chapter 11:24. David didn't expect Baron Hornby to do this. Regardless of what Baron Hornby was thinking, his performance was worthy of recognition. He controlled Lord Harlow's avatar to gently pat Baron Hornby and make him step back. At this time, the 5 Knight of Death's pass aura reached its peak. Their instinctive killing intent made their eyes red, as if blood was the only reason they were alive. The 5 Knight of Death's pass charged towards Lord Harlow. Due to countless years of Knight of Death's pass, the 5 Knight of Death's pass emitted a rotten aura. It wasn't the first time David had seen a Knight of Death's pass, but every time he saw one, he felt sad for the knight profession. He was probably the only one in the great world of God who knew that Knights of Death's pass would not lose their emotions and eventually become fighting machines that only knew how to kill. If they practiced according to the perfect knight training method, the knight's physique and spirit would develop in balance during the training process. It was impossible for them to lose their emotions, let alone lose their intelligence, and become a killing machine. David wasn't sure if this was intentional or the result of the imperfect training method, but it was certain that the shrines suppressed the knight profession. David controlled Lord Harlow and still had time to think about things. It was conceivable that he didn't feel nervous about the siege of the 5 Knight of Death's pass. In fact, the moment the 5 Knight of Death's pass launched their attack, David knew that the Knight of Death's pass posed no threat. Lord Harlow was already a legendary knight. When the 5 Knight of Death's pass launched the night charge, they didn't cooperate at all, nor did they form a night battle formation. Perhaps this was because the 5 Knight of Death's pass had lost their intelligence, and fighting was just an instinct. Although their fighting ability wasn't reduced by much, they couldn't cooperate with the night battle formation that required intelligence. Without the night battle formation, the threat of the 5 Knight of Death's pass was almost zero. The welcoming crowd that had yet to disperse also saw the battle in front of the main castle. They exclaimed in unison. Among them, some were afraid, some were happy, some were worried, and some were worried. Complicated emotions rose in their heart. The smart ones amongst these people, especially the members of the Morse family branch, were worried. They were worried about Lord Harlow's safety, and even more worried about their own safety. Once Lord Arthur's subordinate knight was killed on Morse Star, Lord Arthur's revenge would be terrifying. Not to mention Lord Arthur's revenge, just surviving the massacre of the entire planet by the 5 Knights of Death's pass was not easy. Although the Death Pass Temple Knights wouldn't make a move against people of the same bloodline, if the entire planet's population was massacred, who could guarantee that the Death Pass Temple Knights wouldn't kill them in passing? Under the complicated gazes of the onlookers, the battle began. Lord Harlow took 2 steps forward. Of course, this was to prevent Baron Hornby from being affected by the battle. With Baron Hornby's strength, even the aftermath of the battle was enough to kill him, let alone a direct confrontation. Lord Harlow didn't even put on his knight's armor. A level 5 light longsword appeared in his hand. Activating his talent of swordsmanship, the level 5 light longsword casually pierced through the gap in the helmet of the Knight of Death's Pass in front of him and went straight into the skull. The bloodline power of the legend rank exploded in the skull of the Knight of Death's Pass, completely destroying the insides of the skull. Lord Harlow then pulled out the level 5 light longsword and swept it through the gap in the breastplate of the Knight of Death's Pass on the left side. Accurately, the level 5 knight's armor was not damaged, but the Knight of Death's Pass heart was pierced through. The level 5 light longsword did not stop there. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and swept across the neck of the Knight of Death's Pass on the right side. Once again, it avoided the front of the Knight of Death's Pass's head through the gap in the armor. In fact, at this point in the battle, if the 5 Knights of Death were conscious, they would have either fled or surrendered. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was just too great. Even the ordinary people watching from the sidelines could see the huge gap between the 2 sides. This gap was like a natural chasm. Dorothea was also watching the battle in a daze. Her ancestors, the famous Knight of Death's Pass that existed in the history of her family, were all powerful knights of the great world of God before they went into seclusion. However, the battle in front of her was like a hunter slaughtering a chick. The chick could not even pose a threat. At this moment, the last hope in Dorothea's heart collapsed. She did not believe that she could still take revenge. It should be known that no matter how hard she worked, she could only become a level 5 knight at most. This process would take at least 100 years, and that was under the condition that she had enough resources. However, Dorothea's ultimate goal was not even a trace of resistance in front of Lord Harlow. After seeing Lord Harlow's swordsmanship, Dorothea thought of the terrifying rule-level swordsmanship in her family's records. She had always thought that the rumors about Lord Arthur's 13 knights all having rule-level swordsmanship were just rumors and exaggerations. This was done for the sake of publicity after every war. At this moment, Lord Harlow's sword flashed and beheaded the last 2 level 5 Knights of Death's Pass. At the legendary rank, as long as the level 5 knights did not gather together to form a knight battle formation, Lord Harlow, who had the talent of swordsmanship, was not afraid at all. Because of David's control, Lord Harlow still had the spare energy to deliberately protect the level 5 knights' armor from being destroyed in the battle. This was the wealth left behind by the Morse family. Under the premise that he had the ability, David naturally did not want to damage it. Lord Harlow put the 5 corpses into his space ring and smiled at Baron Hornby. Baron Hornby, introduced the castle to me. It was as if the 5 Knights of Death's Pass were not worth mentioning at all. It did not affect his mood at all. The outcome of the battle had changed everyone present. Perhaps some people had been hostile to Lord Harlow, but now all of that hostility had disappeared and was replaced by incomparable fear. This was the innate nature of the people of the great world of God. The instinctive worship of the strong had been integrated into the souls of the people of the great world of God. Yes, my lord. Baron Hornby heard the intimacy in Lord Harlow's tone, and a smile appeared on his face. Baron Hornby knew that he had made the right bet. He had gained Lord Harlow's trust. Dorothea left. She did not return to the safe house. Instead, she went in an unknown direction. From then on, Dorothea did not appear again. A knight who had lost her drive was no longer a knight. The confused Dorothea became an ordinary person. David controlled Lord Harlow's avatar to tour the castle. He also understood Lord Harlow's situation. If Lord Harlow was allowed to fight, needless to say, but if Lord Harlow was allowed to manage so many properties alone, he would probably have to divide a part of his mind to manage them. David did not have so much time to waste on these things. These external wealth was nothing to him. If it were not for the influence of the great world of God, he would not even want Lord Harlow to take over the properties left behind by the Morse family. Baron Hornby, my main focus is on cultivation. In the future, you will be in charge of the Morse Star and the properties distributed in other places. In addition, you can choose 2 talented knights among your descendants. I will teach them the knight cultivation method passed down in the family. Although I cannot guarantee anything, as long as their talent is not too bad, it should not be a problem for them to become a knight of the Holy Cathedral. Lord Harlow said to Baron Hornby in a deep voice. This was a reward for Baron Hornby. On one hand, it was because of Baron Hornby's performance just now. On the other hand, Baron Hornby had contributed everything to the Morse family. Although Baron Hornby did not help much in the battle just now, the properties of the Morse family were controlled by Chairman Gould. Without Baron Hornby, there would be other branches willing to step in. However, at present, Baron Hornby was the most suitable person to manage these properties. Baron Hornby himself was a talented businessman. Coupled with his loyalty, it was enough to entrust him with important tasks. Baron Hornby was not excited because he had obtained power. Instead, he was happy that 2 of his descendants could be taught by Lord Harlow. If someone else said that as long as their talent was not bad, they could guarantee that 2 of their descendants could become level 5 knights of the Holy Cathedral, Baron Hornby would have spat in their face. However, the person who said this was Lord Harlow, so Baron Hornby did not have the slightest doubt. Perhaps before the appearance of the legendary rank, Baron Hornby would have been a little doubtful. However, all the legendary ranks in the great world of God were more or less related to Lord Arthur. This meant that Lord Arthur had knight cultivation resources that other nobles did not have. I swear to you in the name of the Black Dragon bloodline that I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life. I will devote my life and everything to you, Baron Hornby said solemnly as he knelt on one knee. This was an extremely heavy oath, and it also represented Baron Hornby's feelings at the moment. Lord Harlow took out his long sword and lightly tapped Baron Hornby's left and right shoulders as he said in a deep voice, "I accept your loyalty. If you do not betray me, I will treat you well." David stayed in Lord Harlow's clone for a while longer to understand the affairs of the Moor Star. Only then did he withdraw his attention. Soon, the news of Lord Harlow's advancement to the legendary ranks spread throughout the great world of God. He had easily killed 5 of the remaining knights of the Morse family. The emergence of the legendary ranks made the knights extremely excited. This was the best era, an era where talented knights were born in large numbers. The knights felt excited because they were born in this era, because they had a slight possibility of approaching the legendary rank, or even touching the demigod rank. When the Morse family was destroyed, not many nobles felt that it was unfair. Because of the appearance of the divine artifact, the knight's restriction card, the relationship between the nobles and the shrines reached an unprecedented low. At this time, it was revealed that the Morse family had colluded with the shrines of the war to set a trap against Lord Arthur. After that, the entire direct line of descent was killed, and the family was taken over by Lord Harlow. The nobles were unprecedentedly united, especially when the divine artifact, the knight's restriction card, was in the hands of the Supreme Council. This made it possible for the nobles to control their own destiny for the first time. Legend Annabelle was very busy. She would receive many requests for a meeting every day. At first, these requests were all for Lord Arthur. However, after Legend Annabelle made it clear that she had full authority to represent Lord Arthur, and after Lord Arthur went into seclusion to cultivate, these requests for a meeting became to discuss matters with her. Most of these requests were from the top nobles, and their intentions were very clear. They wanted to obtain the Fey red wine. David had already instructed that everything would be handed over to Chairman Gould. Then, Chairman Gould would receive the red wine from Legend Annabel according to his need. Legend Annabel had politely declined these requests for a meeting. The other group was a very special group of knights from the great world of God. There were not many of them, but they were all absolute genius knights. They were genius knights who were not from the top nobles. These genius knights generally sought refuge with the top nobles in order to obtain the cultivation resources of the top nobles. However, the top nobles' resources were not that easy to obtain. The top nobles' cultivation resources were mainly supplied to their own knight. If a genius knight wanted to obtain resources, they could only desperately complete difficult missions. Lord Arthur's side had now become the top nobles that the genius knight wanted to seek refuge with the most. This was because they had the Fey red wine and Legend Annabel, who had already advanced to the legend rank. At the very least, Lord Arthur's side had everything to become a legend knight. The Fey red wine was the resources, and Legend Annabel's knight cultivation method was the foundation. Of course, the most important thing was that after Legend Annabel had sought refuge with Lord Arthur, she had advanced to the legend rank with his help. This meant that Lord Arthur would not suppress the genius knight because they were not of the same race, nor would he be stingy with resources. For any genius knight, a top noble that could provide resources was the most suitable top noble. Legend Annabel had used the information from Chairman Gould to screen out these genius knight candidates. Since Lord Arthur had given her authority, she would do her best to think of the Luce family. These genius knight candidates should not be underestimated. It seemed like the Luce family had many Knights Templar, but these Templar knights had not stayed within the family. In the eyes of many people, these knights had become independent. With these genius knight candidates joining the family, the Luce family would have a stronger foundation and greater influence among the nobles. Legend Annabel had accepted 6 genius legends, all of whom had the strength of a Class 4 Sky Knight. These knights had been carefully selected by her. Without the burden of their previous families, they could completely join the Luce family. Chapter 11:25. David was wearing the Stalker's crown. He had been in the Zerg world for 2 months. Other than occasionally paying attention to the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation, he had spent almost all of his time in the Zerg world. After 2 months of hard work, he had put more than half of the world tree into the small world of his soul space. His spiritual range had also reached a terrifying 800-kilometer radius. Alexis, is this normal? David opened up his spiritual range and asked in disbelief. It was mainly because the world tree had absorbed the energy of the spatial stone, which allowed his small world of his soul space to expand continuously. It had also allowed his spiritual range to increase rapidly. It had been too easy. Back then, he had to absorb a large number of souls through the shadow attendant in order to increase his spiritual range by 100 meters. This had exceeded his initial expectations. He had not expected his spiritual range to increase so much. Sir, there are some gods who are good at soul research. Their spiritual range is even higher than yours. Black Dragon Alexis replied after some hesitation. In fact, Black Dragon Alexis was also very surprised. It was surprised that David's spiritual range had increased. The World Tree was a legend. Black Dragon Alexis did not expect the World Tree to have such an effect. Of course, even if it knew, no one could control the World Tree. This was because when the World Tree did not want anyone to see it, even the gods would not be able to discover its existence. Black Dragon Alexis was now using the gods as an example to compare David. In its mind, this level of spiritual power should not appear in the legendary stage. Even the demigod stage should not have such a strong spiritual power. If David's body was not extremely strong, which was the body of a black dragon, with a human's body, such a strong spiritual power would probably cause his body to explode. David was slightly relieved. At least there had been gods with stronger spiritual power than him. This meant that he was still in the normal range. But what he didn't know was that Black Dragon Alexis's example was that the gods who were good at soul research were not ordinary gods. Every one of them was a top existence among the gods. David sensed the world tree above his head again. Currently, only 20 meters of it was still visible. The rest of it was in the small world of his soul space. Unfortunately, although he had dug out all the suitable space stone mines within the distance, he was still a little short. This could be considered a mistake in his judgment. He did not expect that the World Tree's selection of space stones would become more and more stringent as the small world in his soul space grew larger. The number of qualified spatial stones was getting fewer and fewer. In order to increase the speed of mining spatial stones, David had used the effect of the divine artifact, Stalking Crown, to hide his aura. He continuously used his innate ability, Void Breaker, to increase the speed of his journey. Just the number of spatial stone mines he had mined alone had reached 11. No matter how far away the insectoid world was, it was not that there were no spatial stone mines. On one hand, it was far away. On the other hand, due to his crazy mining, the insectoids were on guard against him. David flipped through the star map of the insectoid world in his mind. He needed to find a suitable spatial stone mine. It was important to know that he did not have many opportunities to mine. In the insectoid communication network, there was a message asking the insectoids to pay attention to all the spatial stone mines. Even through the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King communication network, he knew that the Golden-Winged Beetle Emperor had received an order from the Queen Mother. Once there was news, it would be ready to break through space and catch the thief who was mining the spatial stone mine. The Queen Mother suspected that this was done by a human. The only person who could freely enter and exit the insectoid world was the human Lord Arthur, who had stolen the royal inheritance pattern. David's divine artifact, Stalking Crown, was very good at hiding his aura. On top of that, he did not let the demigod clone come out of the divine artifact space card. The royal inheritance pattern did not absorb the power of faith of the insectoid world. That was why the Queen Mother was only suspicious. Otherwise, the entire insectoid world would be filled with insectoids searching for David's aura. But even as David fretted, he found a message in the insectoid network of the half-legend Spider King clone. The lair of the half-body Spider Emperor used to be a giant spatial stone mine. After being mined for a while, it was occupied by the half-body Spider Emperor. According to the half-Spider Emperor's lair, every part of the lair was decorated with a large space stone. To be honest, David was a little tempted. However, he knew very well that it would not be easy to enter the lair of the half-body Spider Emperor to steal the spatial stones. In the insectoid world, if one did not have the ability to instantly kill an insectoid god rank, any battle with an insectoid god rank would end up being surrounded by an endless supply of insectoid god rank reinforcements. The insectoid god rank might not be good at using their divine power in other aspects, but they had an extraordinary talent in using their divine power for long-distance teleportation. This was related to the insectoid's innately strong body. Although the insectoid god rank's use of their divine power was extremely crude, their divine bodies were tough enough to withstand being accidentally sent into spatial turbulence for a short period of time. In addition, divine power came too easily, so the insectoid god rank did not care about wasting their divine power at all. Therefore, the insectoid god rank could use large amounts of divine power to forcefully break through space and perform long-distance teleportation. This became the insectoid god rank's most proficient method of movement. As long as any insectoid god rank was in danger, the first batch of insectoid god rank would rush over in a few breaths of time. The ones behind might be slower, but it would only take a few minutes. This kind of movement speed was unimaginable in any main world, but it was normal in the insectoid world. David had to consider this situation. If he had not been connected to the insectoid network, he would not have dared to challenge an insectoid god rank with the black dragon Alexis by his side without knowing the insectoid god rank's terrifying movement ability. However, after knowing the insectoid god rank's teleportation ability, he did not dare to have such thoughts at all. However, David did not plan to give up. The space stone in the half-body spider emperor's nest might be able to satisfy the world tree's needs in one go. In David's opinion, the half-body spider emperor, as an insectoid god rank, would not have a collection of bad space stones. Moreover, an insectoid god rank who liked to collect space stones and use them as decorations would definitely have a lot of space stones in his collection. If David was not in a hurry, the safest way would be to return to the great world of God and wait for a year or so for the news about the insectoid world to die down. Then, he would go to the faraway space stone mine to mine. At that time, the insectoid world might not be too strict on guarding the space stone mine, and he would not need to take such a big risk. However, David had to consider one thing. He knew for sure that the god of war wanted to capture him alive, so the shrines of war would not let him go at all. Recently, it was only because of the transfer of power by the shrines of war that he was able to have a safe period of time. David did not dare to underestimate the shrines of war at all. Once the war machine of the shrines of war was activated, its power could be seen during the insectoid world's invasion. Giant shrines that could move could almost sweep away all enemies. This was only the strength that the war shrines revealed. David did not believe that a powerful shrines with tens of thousands of years of history would not have any hidden cards. Therefore, David needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. He had a feeling that as long as the world tree could completely enter his soul space, it would bring him great benefits. It was because of this feeling that he was able to persevere and obtain more space stones in a short period of time. David had already confirmed the location of the half-body spider emperor's nest, and this was all thanks to the contact network of the legendary half-body Spider King's clone. The legendary half-body Spider King's clone still had the qualifications to know about the location of the half-body Spider Emperor's nest, so it was very easy to get this information. David hid in a star field that was relatively close to the planet where the half-body Spider Emperor's nest was and found a giant meteorite to hide in. This place was far away from the half-body Spider Emperor's sensing range. At least with the guarantee of the black dragon Alexis, the half-body Spider Emperor would not be able to sense him at this distance. At this distance, David could use his innate ability, break space, to reach the half-body Spider Emperor's nest in just 10 breaths of time. Of course, all of this was on the premise that the divine artifact, Tracking Crown, was a safety guarantee. Without the aura hiding function of the divine artifact, Tracking Crown, with David's aura, approaching any insectoids would trigger the insectoid senses. A long time ago, the Blade Mantis Emperor had added David's aura into the insectoid's hatred gene. David's aura was the public enemy of the insectoids. David used his innate ability, Underground Sneak, to open up a room inside the meteorite. His main body was resting in the room. His mind was controlling the demigod, golden-winged Beetle King, to fly towards the target he had chosen. It was a seemingly ordinary planet. The surface of the planet looked no different from an ordinary insectoid planet. There were countless insectoids and holes on the ground, indicating that this was a fully loaded planet. However, David had obtained information through the contact network of the legendary half-body Spider King's clone. This was an important base for the half-body Spider Emperor's descendants to cultivate. Of course, with the strength of the half-body Spider Emperor, the possibility of producing direct descendants was close to zero, unless it was a descendant that was born in its early years. As its strength increased, the probability of producing descendants also decreased. Although the insectoid's reproductive ability was extremely terrifying, it was only for the ordinary insectoids. The stronger the insectoids, the lower their reproductive ability. The planet that the demigod, golden-winged beetle king, had arrived at contained dozens of generations of the half-body spider emperor's descendants. The reason why this place was extremely important was not only because of the half-body spider emperor's bloodline, but also because the probability of an imperial bloodline being born here was higher. This was higher. Perhaps it would take tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years for a descendant with an imperial bloodline to appear. However, this was still more controllable than the random appearance of an imperial bloodline in the insectoid world. This was because half-spider emperor bloodline had already appeared in the direct bloodline of half-spider emperor, so the probability of another royal bloodline appearing was higher. It wasn't just the half-spider emperor that was doing this. The other god-level insectoids were doing the same. As long as they could successfully cultivate a descendant with an emperor-level inheritance rune, their race would have a greater right to survive in the insectoid world. Another advantage of this kind of concentrated cultivation was that it was easier for mutant half-body spiders with special talents to appear. Many level 5 half-body spiders were born here. This place was definitely a taboo place for the half-spider emperor. Once touched, he would be enraged. David's request was to anger the half-body spider emperor, but he had to be careful. If he was chased by the half-body spider emperor, he would lose his strongest clone in the insectoid world. The demigod golden-winged beetle king clone began to accelerate when it was still a distance away from the planet. Its huge body smashed into the planet's atmosphere and turned into a huge fireball. David did not care about the flames outside the demigod golden-winged beetle king clone. These flames could not harm the body of the demigod golden-winged beetle king. What he needed was speed. He needed to cause great damage to the cultivation area as quickly as possible and then escape immediately. This was the territory of the half-body spider emperor. Although it was not good at long-distance teleportation, it would not have to pay too much even if it used teleportation in its territory. David set the time for himself to arrive on the ground from the sky. He only had 3 breaths of time to destroy. Otherwise, the demigod golden-winged beetle king clone would not be able to escape successfully. He calculated this time based on the information he got from the legendary half-body spider emperor in the insectoid's communication network. Even in the insectoid world, there was probably no such operation of infiltrating another race. It should be known that the insectoids valued race very much. It was impossible for an insectoid of the same race to betray their own race. The insectoids on the surface of the planet saw the fireball in the sky, but the fireball was too fast. It was so fast that when they saw the fireball had already dived to the ground. The terrifying demigod pressure caused the insectoids on the surface to crawl on the ground and lose their ability to move. Then, the demigod golden-winged beetle king clone swept across with flames. Everywhere it passed, the insectoids were turned into ashes. Until now, the demigod golden-winged beetle king clone had not made any special attack. It did not even reveal the unique shape of the golden-winged beetle. These ordinary insectoids were not worthy of the demigod golden-winged beetle king clone to take the initiative to attack. David's goal was very clear. He did not want to slaughter the insectoids on this planet. It would be meaningless. Chapter 11:26. One breath. David calculated the time in his mind. The demigod golden-winged beetle king's doppelganger had already discovered the hidden hole. Compared to ordinary holes, the hole was obviously bigger and had a layer of energy protecting it. At that moment, a legendary rank aura appeared, and a poisonous tusk ant king rushed out of the hole. It was obvious that the half-body spider emperor had sent it to protect its descendant. However, David did not expect it to be a legendary rank insectoid. David could only blame himself. He had been constantly mining space stones in the insectoid world, causing chaos in the insectoid world. Coupled with the conflict between the half-body spider race and the golden-winged beetle race, the half-body spider emperor had sent a legendary rank poisonous tusk ant king here. David began counting in his mind. He knew that he had to get rid of the legendary rank poisonous tusk ant king immediately, or his plan would fail. The demigod golden-winged beetle king's doppelganger spread its wings, and its speed suddenly increased by a large margin. A pair of demigod claws were placed in front of it, and at the same time, the demigod aura of the golden-winged beetle king rushed towards the poisonous tusk ant king like a wave. Only the legendary rank poisonous tusk ant king did not expect a demigod to come. It also did not expect the golden-winged beetle king to have the guts to enter the territory of the half-body spider emperor. It should be known that once discovered, it would be very difficult to escape back to the territory of the golden-winged beetle king. With the hostile attitude of both sides, the golden-winged beetle king's death would be in vain. As the legendary poisonous fanged giant ant king slowed down, the demigod golden-winged beetle king's doppelganger arrived in front of it. Golden light flashed, and the legendary poisonous fanged giant ant king's body split into two. The doppelganger of the golden-winged beetle king charged through the split insect body, completely ignoring the green insect blood. At that moment, there were still flames on its body from rushing into the atmosphere from outer space, and the insect blood was vaporized before it even touched its body. There's not enough time. Although the battle ended in an instant, David knew that this delay had changed his plan. The golden-winged beetle king's doppelganger gathered demigod-level energy and threw it into the hole, while its body flew in the opposite direction. 3 breaths, David said in his mind. He did not know what kind of effect the attack he had caused by controlling the doppelganger of the golden-winged beetle king's doppelganger. The only thing he needed to do now was to leave the scene as quickly as he could. LT's doppelganger demigod, the doppelganger's doppelganger, the doppelganger's doppelganger's doppelganger flew out of the atmosphere into outer space. Of the golden-winged beetle king's doppelganger beetle doppelganger, the doppelganger, Tuzaz's doppelganger of the space poisonous of space, beetle tusk ant. Most importantly, after entering space, the doppelganger of the golden-winged beetle king had more ways to escape. Just as the doppelganger of the golden-winged beetle king's doppelganger was speeding away from the outer space of the planet, David sensed a terrifying presence descending on the planet through the doppelganger's mind. D***eminent, how could it be so fast? David was shocked. The doppelganger of the golden-winged beetle king's doppelganger had used its potential without any hesitation. It had used a method that hurt itself to increase its speed again. As long as it was out of the doppelganger's perception range, there was no need to worry. Although the doppelganger had the ability to teleport, it needed a fixed position. Without a fixed position, the teleportation ability was not suitable for short-distance movements. The rough use of divine power by the god-tier Zerg was reflected in this aspect. It could clearly perform long-distance teleportation, but it could not accurately perform short to medium-distance teleportation unless the distance was within the doppelganger's mind range. Just as the doppelganger of the golden-winged beetle king's doppelganger accelerated, a wave of mind swept behind it. It accelerated and barely avoided the doppelganger's scan, but it was almost discovered by the doppelganger. Although the doppelganger of the golden-winged beetle king was good at speed, as long as the doppelganger was scanned by the doppelganger of the doppelganger, there was no way it could escape. After the doppelganger received the alarm of the cultivation base, it did not hesitate to burn its spider silk madly. It broke through space and arrived at the location of the cultivation base. The doppelganger of the doppelganger was enraged by what it saw. The legendary level poisonous fanged ant king had been killed, and the energy protection at the entrance of the cultivation base had been broken. In the Zerg world, there were many talented Zergs, but they lacked resources. To cultivate a legendary level Zerg, the resources needed were extremely terrifying. The death of the legendary level poisonous fanged ant king meant that the doppelganger of the doppelganger had lost a lot of resources. This was not what made the doppelganger of the doppelganger the most. The loss of the cultivation base was the most serious. David's attack through the doppelganger of the golden-winged beetle king used David's own understanding of energy. It was not the usual energy application method of normal Zerg demigods. The demigod energy released by the doppelganger of the golden-winged beetle king was like an interstellar Federation missile. What broke the energy shield of the cultivation base was only the energy of the missile shell. When the missile made of demigod energy entered the cave, it detonated the energy inside. The power of the explosion of demigod energy in the cave was much more serious than a pure energy attack. Almost all of the bloodline descendants of the doppelganger died in the cave. Some of them did not even hatch from their eggs before they were destroyed by the explosion of the demigod energy. The doppelganger of the doppelganger spread out its consciousness. Unfortunately, it did not find the enemy. However, through the legendary level poisonous fanged ant king and the demigod energy in the cave, the doppelganger of the doppelganger was 100% sure that it was the work of the golden-winged beetle king. If it was a normal attack, the doppelganger of the doppelganger would have suffered a big loss. However, this kind of attack against its direct descendants was beyond the limits of the doppelganger's tolerance. The timing that David chose was just right. Previously, the doppelganger of the doppelganger sent out an order to search for the human. Because the 2 inheritance runes disappeared from the Zerg world, the doppelganger thought that the human had left the Zerg world. The doppelganger's order to search for the human did not need to be carried out anymore. The original unity of the doppelganger also disappeared. The conflict between the half-spider emperor and the golden-winged beetle emperor had been accumulating for quite some time. The provocation between the territories of both sides was also incessant. A big move at this time was equivalent to igniting the explosive point. Now that the half-body spider emperor knew who the culprit was, it did not chase after the demigod. Instead, it prepared to look for the golden-winged beetle emperor. It wanted the golden-winged beetle emperor to pay the price. As David controlled the demigod golden-winged beetle king clone to fly, he entered the bug tribe's communication network and sent a message to the golden-winged beetle emperor. He had successfully completed the golden-winged beetle emperor's order and completed the revenge mission on the half-step spider emperor's territory. The golden-winged beetle emperor ordered the demigod golden-winged beetle king to find a chance to retaliate against the half-winged spider emperor's territory when the legendary half-body spider king ambushed it last time. Originally, the golden-winged beetle emperor thought that no matter what the demigod golden-winged beetle king did, it would only be a conflict between subordinates. Whoever suffered a loss would silently accept it. When it received the demigod golden-winged beetle king's report, the golden-winged beetle emperor was very happy. However, as soon as it cut off the connection, it felt the fluctuation of space energy. Then, the half-step spider emperor came out of space. Because it was preparing to fight the golden-winged beetle emperor, the half-step spider emperor would rest for a while after each teleportation. Fortunately, the golden-winged beetle emperor and the half-step spider emperor's territories were adjacent, so the half-step spider emperor did not need to expend too much energy. When it appeared outside the planet where the golden-winged beetle emperor was, it still had relatively full combat power. The golden-winged beetle emperor did not expect the half-step spider emperor to appear here. It should be known that although the territories of both sides were constantly in conflict, it had not yet reached the level of a battle between gods. The golden-winged beetle emperor's figure flashed and appeared in front of the half-step spider emperor. Under normal circumstances, the God-level bug clan would not fight on a planet. It would affect the planet too much, and could cause irreparable consequences. Half-step Spider Emperor, why are you here? The golden-winged beetle emperor asked in a deep voice. The half-step Spider Emperor stared at the golden-winged beetle emperor. The anger in its eyes was still in an explosive state. No one knew how much effort the half-step Spider Emperor had put into that cultivation base. Now, many years of effort had gone down the drain. Not to mention the direct bloodline descendants that had fallen. Even if it wanted to recover the direct bloodline descendants of this scale, it would be impossible without 1,000 years of recovery. And this 1,000 years of wasted time might have killed the newest emperor bloodline of the half-step Spider clan that had the inheritance rune. As long as it thought about this, the godly power in the half-step Spider Emperor's body could not stop surging. Golden-winged beetle emperor, you don't know why I'm here? The half-step Spider Emperor gritted its teeth and replied. Seeing the half-step Spider Emperor's appearance, the golden-winged beetle emperor thought of the news it just received and had a proud look in its eyes. Was your territory attacked? This kind of thing is for the younger generation to play around. Don't take it too seriously. The golden-winged beetle emperor said with a smile. 500 of my direct bloodline were killed, so it was just for fun. After hearing the words of the golden-winged beetle emperor, the half-step Spider Emperor could no longer suppress its anger. It roared loudly and spat out countless spiderwebs from its mouth. You're serious? The golden-winged beetle emperor couldn't help but be shocked. Its figure disappeared from the spot and just happened to dodge the spiderwebs. The golden-winged beetle emperor reacted at this moment. It only now realized what the demigod golden-winged beetle emperor had done. If 500 of its direct bloodline were killed, its anger would definitely be greater than the half-step Spider Emperor. However, the golden-winged beetle emperor couldn't blame the demigod golden-winged beetle emperor because it was the one who gave the order. It seemed that the demigod golden-winged beetle emperor not only completed its order, but also completed it too well. The golden-winged beetle emperor understood that if it didn't fight today, it wouldn't be able to appease the half-step Spider Emperor's anger. The golden-winged beetle emperor and the half-step Spider Emperor had been enemies for many years. They both knew each other's strength and weaknesses very well. The half-step Spider Emperor had terrifying control within the range of its spiderwebs. Once it was touched by the spiderwebs, it would definitely be a big problem. The golden-winged beetle emperor had an unparalleled advantage in terms of speed. Other than the extreme electric sky scorpion emperor, there was no other god-level bug that could compete with it. The golden-winged beetle emperor was confident that it could fight against the half-step Spider Emperor. Although the half-step Spider Emperor's innate ability was more effective against speed-type enemies, as long as the golden-winged beetle emperor didn't go crazy, it wouldn't get into close combat with the half-step Spider Emperor. The half-step Spider Emperor had gone crazy, but it was still clear-headed. This kind of battle between gods was useless. Don't run, let's fight to the death. Seeing the golden-winged beetle emperor dodge, the half-step Spider Emperor roared loudly and chased after it. The golden-winged beetle emperor also purposely moved the battlefield to a space area further away from the planet. That planet was its nest, and it was very important. In a flash, the battle between gods began in space. Godly power spread out in all directions, and the terrifying power caused the space to constantly break open. Under the golden-winged beetle emperor's intentional guidance, the battlefield moved outside the star system. It no longer had any scruples and used its speed to surround the half-step Spider Emperor, constantly looking for an opportunity. A small meteorite became a battlefield. The half-step Spider Emperor's spiderwebs swept across the surface of the meteorite and immediately cut the meteorite's shockingly hard surface into many pieces. The spiderweb's attack power was weak, but that was only against god-level opponents of the same level. In fact, in a battle between god-level bugs, it was very difficult for both sides to deal a fatal blow to each other, because they were too familiar with each other. For example, in a battle between two god-level bugs, it would eventually end in a battle of exhaustion. It would depend on who had more foundation and who could last longer. Most innate abilities and domain abilities had very little effect in a battle between god-level fighters. The real threat would always be the body of a god-level bug. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.